Okay, good morning, everybody. Don't mind me. I just got something stuck in my teeth. Yeah, cat. What is on your nose? There is something directly on the tip of Kevin's nose. Kevin, let me get this for you. What are you doing? You're terrible at catting sometimes. Anyway, after the personal hygiene update for me and my cat, I'm sure you are very curious as to what has me so frazzled, so unhinged, and it's just a really contentious relationship with the armor bunny. It's got me fucked up, chat. So we're gonna be trying to make that a little bit better. Armor bunny farming while we test out a lot of builds. That's the goal. That's the goal. So anyway, hi. I have coffee. Coffee is great. Dynaxis, how you doing? Itsukato, Priz, Mr. Adblock, Reckless Monster, Rohith, New Mexiben, Tried Time, Tenor Madness, Onyx, and Jester. Remnant Wonderlands Tomb Raider, is there anything Embracer won't get? Oh, if you guys didn't see, the Embracer Group is apparently acquiring Square Enix Montreal and Crystal Dynamics, which means they're getting, Tomb Raider and what was the other IP? There's another Square Enix IP that they're getting, among others. So like, Embracer also owns, Gearbox and Gunfire Games, aka the people who did Remnant. So it could potentially be really good. Deus Ex, that was the one. Thank you, Chris. Deus Ex. Really cool world in Deus Ex. I just don't care for the gameplay of the last couple ones. Started Hammer Zerker over the weekend and I'm loving it. Currently climbing the chaos levels and have not run into much resistance. Hammer Zerker is sick, Dynaxis. I know Lazy's been doing some cool stuff with another Hammer Zerker. I started one. It's kind of like less interesting though because I am using Livewire bullshit. But it is funny that people are like, hey, Livewire, you could put this on a spell shot. I'm like, or you could be better and put it on a Clawbringer. Yes, I said better. Well, we'll do that at some point today. Hey, Lazy, how you doing? And speak of the devil. Lara Croft and Border Wonderlands. Yeah. Might have COVID again? Oh, I'm hopeful that you don't, Mr. Adblock. Did you get a test? Were you able to get a test? I don't know if there's a shortage on those right now. I don't go outside anymore. Armor Bunny's a little fucking demon. True, New Mexiben. True. Uno, forget me. Hey, Skilly Death. How you doing? Good to see you. Earthshock, hope you're well. Morning, Foster. How are you? Still need to play Rise and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I haven't played Shadow yet either, Reckless Monster. I enjoyed Rise. I enjoyed that one a lot. I haven't played Shadow yet. Did run with my build of Livewire. Unrelatedly, I no longer have a Livewire on that save. Too gross? Yeah. The fact that Livewire gets, it gets gun stuff on the melee chains. So yes, you could put it on a Clawbringer, and your melee hit gets Oath of Thunder, and then your Livewire chains get Oath of Fire, and it all gets Dragon Aura, and it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Hope you're doing well, Viper. Yakumers. Started Shadow and just got bored. Seemed too close to Rise for me. Nothing bad, but open world burnout's real. Oh, it's another open world? Ugh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's do the thing. So Stone Swan provided a times 21 black powder shotgun to check out. I've been using 25 because, reflex, 25, big projectile count, but 21 works out to have more total damage. Fewer ricochets, but 21 ricochets is still a lot, and I still play the angles, and contagion, and plate mail, so I still got good mobbing ability, so I want to test out this 21 in this build, see how it fares. So let's do the thing. Open world push made Rise meh for me compared to 2013. Yeah, that's fair. Tomb Raider 2013 is honestly just one of the best games I've played. It's super well structured. This is the 21 shotgun, by the way. My 25 is a volatile. Let's see if I can find. Oh, I do have it. Cool. See, my 25 is a volatile, and then this one's a primordial, but that's still a bigger damage jump, I think. Less fire rate, but that's fine. Doesn't have the crit mult on the card. That could be the deciding factor there. We'll see. I have 21. Yeah, I think 21 is going to be optimal for like versatility, whereas 25 is better in strictly mobbing. Although 25 is more potential contagion procs, but not by much. So I don't know. Hey, Dagacha, how are you? Gonna get tested soon, something doesn't feel quite right? Yeah, thanks for taking care of yourself, homie. Been running a Spore Stab as of late, I'm loving it. I'm enjoying the setup as well, try time, definitely. Hey, Pup T, how are you? And my game did just open, so it's gonna stutter a bit more than usual. We'll get there. Very well so far. Is this DX12 cash and causing the stutter, or just UE being UE? I always assumed it's just UE being UE. But like, for the first couple maps, I just get excessive stutter. If I have the game open for too short a time, I get stutter. If I have the game open too long a time, I get stutter. When new PC come together? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. It's on my to-do list. I just need to, do some responsible finance stuff first. Pretty clean. Try to Claw Grave, Wyvern build with Wyvern Focus, 12-minute run-ish versus Zomboss and Nightmare. Ooh, that's spicy. Yeah, I've been trying to make the Claw Spore pet build work, and honestly, I think Spore's kit just isn't suited to it, which is a shame because, like, Blizzard could be a good pet action skill, but it's just not. Basically short on Fire Breath and Chain Lightning cooldowns. The Chain Lightning has such a good range. It just doesn't, it's very infrequent. Hey Loading, how you doing? Deep Zombie, hope you're well. You make Flash? Sure did. Sure did. Oh man, you change it to Frost? Yeah, that makes sense. Hey Gio, how are you? Literally walks away from the volatile Buffmaster. Love the passion. I just don't find anything interesting about the item. Like, and more, there's more build interactions that I would have an interest in with that item if it weren't overpowered. For example, there are only 2 ways to get poison bonus elements on your stuff in this game. Only 2 ways. One of them is to be a spell shot using imbued weapon shooting a gun. The other one is use a poison Buffmeister. I don't have interest in doing either of those things, so poison bonus elements are off the table. And that makes me sad. I'm 16. This is a 21. This is times 21. I have a 25 that I normally use. I'm testing out a 21. It's not a bad Arcane Bolt. I'll take that. Chain Light doesn't change visual? Yeah. It still looks like lightning, but then it'll do the correct element. Same with the Spore Warden's Mushrooms Fart. That's a sentence. It's still a green cloud, but it'll do whatever the appropriate damage type is. Oh, I'm also running a different enchantment than I was last time on this build. I'm running a action skill start, status effect, chance, and damage. Because of contagion, I also did get a new armor. But this skill here, where is it? Contagion. I might go for a different multi-class combo to get more points here, because Stone Swan did some extensive science. The rack build, yeah. Stone Swan did some extensive science on this, and basically, Contagion can retrigger itself up to 4 times in single target. If you have multiple targets, Contagion at its various stages can trigger multiple times, and you end up with some cool loops. But each new status effect is 50% of the damage of the original. Now, elemental matchups do matter, so you do get some damage cliffing and such. But basically, if you get enough status effect damage to boost your contagion, you can, in some situations, have a contagion dot that is bigger than the original, because these contagion dots do not get global bonuses. They don't get the all damage boost. They do get status effect damage, though. So, if you get your status effect damage over 100%, then ignoring elemental matchups, you can make contagion slowly increase, or rather, in this case, quickly increase the value of the dots that are ticking. And each subsequent contagion dot will be of a different element than the previous one. So we want to apply a lot. A lot. So the chance on this enchant also helps a lot. Hey Chester, how you doing? Which combo is it that rolls contagion? Is it Grave Stab? I want to say it's Grave Stab. Game is not having it. It's okay, we got dots to kill during the stutter. Grave Stab, thank you, Viper. Rain Bolt works well, it's not very strong. Yeah, Rain Bolt is more, hey, you are casting a spell and hey, you are applying a dot. Now the value of each is very irrelevant. But it's nice for starting contagion chains and triggering your third amulet, so it's something. I think I like the 25 better, but only because this 21 is missing the crit part and has less fire rate. It's not because of the actual damage profile. I think 21 is still going to be the move optimally. Just getting 100% optimal gear in this game is kind of impossible. So 21 or 25 for these shotguns. Definitely good. You could probably make a 16 work if you get it perfect parted with enough chaos tears, you know? Also running 50% LE ASE on the Wyvern, thanks to Boom letting me know they apply, so I'm leaving Storm Dragon Judgment out. Nice. Which action skill are you running, Lazy? I didn't even think to ask about that. Oh, Storm Dragon. I thought leaving it out by, like, not including it. You're leaving it out by, like, leaving the hammer out. Clearly I need more coffee. Let's take a second to drink more coffee so my brain actually processes basic sentences. Get a new kettle drum? Yeah. Stone Swan provided a times 21 to test out. So I'm testing. I still have the 25, but I'm testing out this 21. Interpreted it the same way? Okay. Hilt mods you running on Twin Soul? Amp and Echo. Yes, Cucumbers. Amp and Echo. I find that a lot of my builds where I'm not using my melee weapon for much of anything, and Amp Echo Twin Soul will be my go-to. If I'm using a gun that doesn't necessarily synergize well with Amp, then instead of Amp, I'll want probably Ancient. But any Twin Soul that gets Echo, I'd say is worth saving, chat. Chaotic, Volatile, Primordial, nothing, doesn't matter. Any Twin Soul that gets Echo, you're going to be able to find some build that makes good use of that. I guarantee it. Twin Soul's just a great item for that. It's like the utility melee weapon. Using Reaper of Bones for ASA, actually. So, does that work? Because I haven't tested it since pre-patch, but pre-patch, Reaper of Bones didn't have a duration. It would just, like, start and end immediately. And it still works that way for Enrage. Caustic Echo Twin Soul? Ooh, that sounds useful. That sounds good. Mess with the peg leg with Amp on the build yet? No real reason to do that here, because then I lose Echo. And I'm doing so much damage to so many enemies that Echo provides more than the reload speed increase from peg leg would. I already have enough reload speed from just here, so it's like, eh. I managed to, acquire one of these, Primordial Shock Ludite. I had a Chaotic before, so hang on, why do I have an 11 mag? Oh, thanks Butt Stallion. I was like, what? That's weird. I don't even care that you hit me. This thing does crazy damage. Hello? Nah, you can't hit me. Shut up. Hey, Kitty knows. How you doing? Oh, like 60% from Amulet? Yeah, you can get a lot of reload speed there. That's definitely nice for multi-class combos like this one that don't have reload speed and tree. If you are not a spell shot or a berserker in some way, then like getting reload speed from gear is super nice. Not bad. I'd still rather use stickies, of course. You know, comparing anything single target to Torgue stickies is a little unfair. 4-shot loot, I really be like that? Yeah. Crazy. This important word, 60% dot damage. Oh, dot damage. Yeah, at Primordial, it's like 80%, something nutty. It's like 80%. Craziness. Hey Stacy, good morning. How you doing? Does Ludite apply bolts? Yes, it's cross bolts and stickies. Actually, wait. Sen did some testing that suggests that Ludites don't actually get the crossbow bonus. I should mention that. I don't remember what the update on that was, but Sen did a test that suggested that there's like Ludites and one other thing that don't get the crossbow bonus in sticky mode. So, Ludites could be stronger. Yup. Yup. 8 projectiles on this. That's kind of scary. I'm taking that. Inflammation has a 110% chance for dots, apparently. Is that a flat 110% chance, or is that just a weird thing they did to to visually represent that it always dots things for its effect. I don't know. Armor Bunny, let's go. Everything I've seen suggests they should. Like, there's a damage drop when you use melee bolts. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Lazy. The status damage the dot or the element itself? It's the dot, crew. It's the dot. Morning, Ember. I was wondering, is Chaos 35 added with the update or is part of DLC 1? Added with the update. Good, how are you? I'm chugging coffee, like I mentioned. It's one of those slow start days, but we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Morning, Steve. How you doing? With that got pincushion. So, like, that result you got from pincushion, Mr. Adblock, that was not the pincushion. That was just Parasite interacting weird. You would do better with, like, any other melee weapon with Echo there, in all honesty. Pincushion makes me sad. It's got a bunch of weird stuff in place to limit its power. Like, I keep looking at this armor. It looks interesting, but it's one of those things that's less interesting than it is. Like, Diamond Gauntlets can be cool, but those skills don't really help. This is a Cape of Tides, though, with, that's 2 Friend to Flame, right? It's not a bad companion cape. I'll take it. It's a Calamity with high thread count, but... Okay, let's go back to the 25. I think I prefer it. There's a couple other guns that work well on this setup. I grabbed a Catatumbo. Works very nicely here. Crossbow Generator I used very briefly. It seemed okay. These are definitely better than the purples now, which they weren't before, so that's a win. And then that Primordial Rogue Imp I got... You okay, Cat? A few days ago. I grabbed this enchant on it. I guess we could use a Rogue Imp a little bit. Like a little bit. See how it feels. I'm not optimistic. Diamond Gauntlet looks ugly in the bin. Ah yes, Fashion Lands. Parasite just broken? Yes. Yes. Parasite does some weird things where it just kind of dies. So, a lot of the Parasite melt clips you see are not really representative of how the build does, because Parasite just sometimes dies. Spend Moon Orbs? Oh. Shit. My cap? Shit. I should. I always forget. While standing still you get bonus stuff, so here's all the movement skills and passives. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I mean, go off, Rogue Imp. I should definitely aim better when using this thing, but go off, Rogue Imp. Trick Mirror. So apparently Trick Mirror reflects our spell damage, which is just... Why? Yo, Wagadoda. Thank you so much for the 6 months and the Prime. Take Jeff Bezos' money. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Thank you. The worst possible blank slate. Let's go. After your all-purple runs, decided to try to make an all-blue build. Cleared 35 feature run in about 22 minutes. I'd have to use some stuff you wouldn't approve of. All-blue run is still a flex, Steve. It's still a flex. Good for you. And that's the beauty of setting your own personal challenge runs like that. Like, I don't have to approve of anything. I'm not the authority on this kind of stuff. I just give my opinions on what I like and dislike. So, like, as long as you consider it acceptable for you, it's an achievement. Congrats. Rogue Imp kind of going off here, to be honest. Like, what? These ricochets are kind of terrifying. I didn't expect it to do this well. I'm gonna be real honest. Thought it got nerfed. It did. It did. It really did. It did get nerfed. This is a Primordial at 519. I think pre-nerf, you could get a Volatile at, like, close to this with Perfect Parts. $669? Yeah. So, yeah, it got nerfed. Wow, that's scary. Bit less impressive against the Cursed Crabs, but most things are. Give it a pass.
Hope you're carrying coin.
Not bad. Cursed Crabs die slower than some raid bosses for me. True. Very true. Hey, Scoops. So you're correct about farm for a times 25 kettle drum. Did get a 16 though, so not all bad. Yeah, 16 will definitely do some work for you. Do I take Anarchy on this? No, let's not. Yeah, I'd say 16 is the realistic one. 21 is like the, hey, you really lucked out. 25 is the, wow, you really lucked out. But 25 and 21, I'd say depending on parts. You know, very parts dependent on whether your 25 is better than your 21. So either of those are like jointly top tier, I'd say. But 16 is absolutely still going to be better than, I'd say, most guns in general. Black Powder shotguns got that huge buff, which kind of unbalanced them, if we're being honest. They're just built different now. They were good before, and now they're like, why do you do this? Times 25 is you didn't farm for that drop. In a lot of cases, yeah. Yeah. You ever see a Primordial 25? Maybe question that one. Same as Stagecoach, not one person believed I got one on my own. Now, I put in enough hours into Borderlands 3 that I did see a few 25 Stagecoaches drop, but it was very infrequent. And all of them were before enchantment rerolling was a thing, so like I'd see one, I'd be like, oh cool, it's got a fucking melee damage enchant, I don't care about this. Anoint. I keep saying enchants about Borderlands 3 stuff now because I've rewired my brain to call them all enchantments. Help. Someone get me a better brain. Mine doesn't work very well. I don't have, like, any bonuses for Assault Rifles here either.
This world's no place.
Had a second guess where they called annoyance for BL3 the other day. Shotguns so clearly show the best and worst of what the Lance part system is. Yeah, yeah. Parts don't matter, am I right? Drink more coffee? Yeah, I should. Got 3 perfect CMTs the whole time I played BL3. Now I think I need to start recording my farms. see how you do this, Dragonlord. The ricochets are funny. Just kind of clearing large sections of the map with these rogue imp ricochets. Play the angles is crazy. Morning, Alan Pear. How you doing? I have a question. Do the Hydras and any thrown gun and spell spawn benefit from Fatemaker's companion damage boost? Yes. They should. Hey, Borbotron. Advice on advancing through Chaos Chamber levels. Finally made it to endgame on Chaos 6. You just keep going, farm for gear on lower Chaos levels. I personally just kind of push through and I gear as I go. But that is a bit luck-based. You'll reach certain levels, like I believe Chaos level 7 is one of the ones where you'll probably be like, oh shit, I need some more gear. It really depends on which Chaos level, because let's say you get one of the Chaos trials where it's just Zomboss. You don't need as much gear for that, but if you get one of the ones that's Drill, then you're going to want more gear. So, other people know better which ones are the problematic ones than I do. I don't remember off the top of my head. I just kind of zone out each time I do it. But it's important to note that because of the way the Chaos tier system works, and that is to say better than Mayhem and OP levels in this regard, you can stop and farm gear on lower Chaos levels and it'll still last you, like, indefinitely. Because the maximum gear you can have is the same on Chaos 1 as it is on Chaos 19. And that gear is still enough to keep you viable all the way at 35 if you get good enough stuff that works together. So really, no pressure. You can take your time. Hey, Mr. Eagle. How you doing? Oh, I did hit this one. Did I hit this one? Can't remember. I did. Lovely. PTSD from the elemental puddles on C15. Oof. Can confirm 7 as me hard stock while I get better gear. Yeah, it's a big wall for a lot of people. I hope you get over that soon, Pragmatic. Hey, Alshin. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for your answer. No problem. Drill in early Chaos Chamber is a freaking problem. Drill and Son of Witch tend to wall the most people. Holy Ludite, why are you like this? Cool. Do you like how Throwing the Fear Not kills the dragon? Yeah, there's a lot of things that insta-kill the birds. It's weird.
Spells are up.
Cool. Using Spectral Talents? I am, Stump. We got the rack build. Never stops moving forward. Never stops killing. I never stop using my action skill. Salissa's who I hate the most, I think. I got Salissa 7 times on my first Chaos 35 climb, and now I just have an undying hatred of Salissa. It's just cemented. She's not the most difficult, she's not the most annoying. I just hate her. Hey, there it is, Kyler. What's that pistol? This is a Torg Ludite. You get them in up to ×3. When you use them on sticky mode, they do some of the highest DPS in the entire game, but it's very mag size dependent. You want to get to the point where you can fire at least 3 times before reloading. So you need to get it to an effective mag size of 7 to shoot it 3 times. I have enough mag size that I have an effective mag size to shoot it 4 times. So each sticky gets the, what is it, 35% sticky mult for times 3 torque pistols, and then you get the 6% per crossbolt up to 25. So yeah, it's really strong. Good news, everyone. I got the job. Let's go, Era. Let's fucking go. We knew you'd get it. But congrats. Good for you. Amp and Echo? Yes, swag. Amp and Echo Twin Soul. That's not the right item. Show my sword. There we go. Racks are back, baby. Ooh. Ooh. That's a good joint training. Reload speed. I don't care about the handling, but reload speed on amulets? Always love to see that. Hey, only one. Found out this weekend, if you kill one of Salissa's sharks too fast as it's spawning, bugs out Salissa, she stays immune in her shield bubble. Huh. I'll have to watch out for that one. I know if you do enough damage, you can actually kill her before she does that. Like, she doesn't have a health gate or an immune phase. The same way, you know, Son of a Witch has an immune phase. Dragon Lord has health gates and immune phases. But Salissa kind of doesn't. So if you get her shield super low and then you just apply a bunch of fire stickies, you can try to kill her in one go. That's a good way to speed up that fight. We gaming, Glenny. How you doing? Good to see you. You can one-tap Son of a Witch too? Oh, well, there you go. If you do it all in one shot, you can get Son of a Witch. See, I learned something today. The Kill-Volt immune phase. Ah, that method, yeah. Any other bosses' immune phases get skipped like Wastard? I mean, Salissa, as we outlined. She goes immune normally when you deplete her shield. But, you know, same energy. Doing good, how are you? Doing pretty okay. My brain no worky today, but it's slowly booting. Hate that bug with the info not shown on inspect. They fixed the item cards not shown on split screen, but didn't really fix it in broken specs. Just made it worse for split screen folks. That's unfortunate. Okay, so Primordial Rogan worked out really well. I'm gonna throw this volatile one on the ground. But this Primordial one worked out, so that gets a permanent inventory slot. I like it, I like it. Let's use Catatumbo next run. Yeah. And I keep forgetting I'm using this enchant. Sometimes I feel weird not having a direct damage enchant here, but like, it'd be an all damage enchant. For, what, 15%? And I already have Swift Death. So that's like garbage. Garbage. Yeah, I already have Swift Death. So this does more for me. Math is fun. I'm just working, have some downtime, want to see the big juicy himself. Sorry your brain no work, make sure you eat breakfast and hydrate. I can do neither of those things, but I can do coffee. His mind won't brain, but somehow his brain don't mind. Well said, Zid. Good to see you. How you doing? Spend Moon Orbs. I remembered this time. I remembered. I don't know what I'm rolling. Maybe that blue cake. I want to try to use a blue cake on this. My Twisted Delusion also doesn't have anything good. Guess we'll fix that. Sure, that's fine for now. Yeah, we'll do it here. Double gun damage Sharksman, best slot for gun builds? Yeah, currently. But we don't know if it's a bug or not. No idea.
Come on, have some fun.
Someone get this fan some water. Gotta go to the gym, see you about an hour. Sounds good, Onyx. Sounds good. Hey, Fleece. How you doing? Oh, also 4-mag Catatumbo's hilarious. Because of the screen shake. You see all the bounce on my screen from shooting this fucking thing? Every time you crit with a Catatumbo, it's screen shake. It's kind of awful.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
I don't know the percentage increase when chaotic primordial volatile. Yeah, as Lazy said, well, that's the math behind it, but if you want to know what those numbers mean, it's 2 character levels per tier. So, that's what it works out to. Most things in Lands games scale up at a rate of 1.09 to the power of whatever the level of the item or source is. Most things use that number. Catatumbo's cool here. I just don't like it compared to other things I have. Let's try Crossbow Gen, actually. Except IB, yeah, because they changed that. Yeah. IB, and I think Flak Pets and Digiclone and Sentinel have a slightly different one too, but I don't remember off the top of my head what it is. It's certainly doing something. You can see when my, I think you can see when my plate mail is doing ricochets instead of my gun, because you see the red ones. That's gotta be the plate mail. Apparently you can get Gatling crossbow gen. I need that. Yeah, it's probably mutually exclusive with ×4 though. And I definitely want ×4 with this. Because if it's the trigger again, then yeah, you're choosing between masher, full auto, and semi-auto. Never keep that sun alive. I never remember. It is trigger? Okay. Build you trying out today? This is the flak-like build that I've been messing around with. We're trying out new items on it at the moment. I did make a Hammer Zerker sort of melee setup. It is melee, because I'm swinging a melee weapon to deal damage. It's just like, there is a live wire involved. I could not use the live wire, but when I get to bosses, I'm just like, it's there, I'll just do it. We'll play that at some point today. Don't let Fire Wisp die. Fire Wisp is friend. That's true. No, I might die. Never mind. Yeah, crossbow gen feels good now. It's like nothing, you know, world-ending, but it's good gun. Oh, fuck you, Evil Eye Crab. Like, what are you supposed to do about this? When this happens, what do you do? Like, look how much progress it just did to Butt Stallion on its own. That was toxic. Oh. No Relentless Rage. The fuck is this? Not a Berserker, sir. What rings do you use? Gundam is Shark's Banes, because, you know, gun build, use Shark's Banes. Block with your body, does that work? Probably, actually. That's probably the play. For Dreadwind build, should I be focusing on melee or ability rings? So you want to have a decent balance of each, Keddy, The thing with melee versus ability for Dreadwind is that ability will boost it, and it will also boost your blast chill. So that's very nice to have. And remember, you do have melee damage in your tree already. Berserker skill tree does not grant any ability damage increases. So I'd say you want at least one ability ring, if you can manage it. Now, whether or not you want two is going to depend on your myth rank, your gear passives, and your skill tree choices. But I'd say you're more likely to want ability damage rings on a Dreadwind setup than you are melee damage rings. And you definitely want at least one no matter what your setup is.
Ready to cast.
Is that Masher? Yes. Sitcoff, whatever, but yeah. Head of the Snake. Mage Armor, Head of the Snake. Can I do anything useful with that? No, those passives aren't good, so I don't really care anymore anyway. A bad egg with Vagabond. But that doesn't... Bad eggs, I'll take it. Any external healing effects in this game? Fortifying Sigil. 8% max health per second. Need to heal, friends? Yeah, Fortifying Sigil. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Era. I appreciate it. That was Contagion over there. So, you see how that Wyvern just kind of fell out of the sky dead from full health? That was Contagion. Yeah, I think the best thing about Crossbow Gen for this setup is it is a lot of instances of damage. And with Corrupted Plate Mail, that's a lot of Contagion activity. This is both a gun build and a dot build. Is that your friend? Thanks for testing. One of those floating blobs die on top of Butt Style and Sashi. Oh, yep, rip. Bro, thank you and everyone for having a place to be and people to spend time with. I appreciate you, Mr. Adblock. You guys are incredibly supportive, and my community's sick. I got great friends, I got a great community. Just, feels very positive lately. You guys that frequent here in the chat, or even the lurkers, you are a nice break from the Lands community as a whole, who I've grown very sick of, if we're being perfectly honest. Chad block. No, he doesn't block the Chads, he is the Chad. Running a Claw Burr currently and found a class mod that increases ability damage and ability crit damage. Is it worth running on a Hammer Throw build? So the thing with the Hammer Throw is the ability part is only if you leave it out. The initial hit fleece is just melee, it's not ability at all. So the ability stuff would be nice if you're running Claw Cap, Storm Smite. Yeah, ability stuff will work on that. Blast Chill is also ability damage, but the crit stuff would not help because Blast Chill is specifically not allowed to crit. For good reason, but yeah. We love you. Oh, thanks, DZ Urchin. I appreciate that. Trimmer nerf apocalypse, yeah. Trying to decide if I dare redeem a rant for the Lance community comment. In all seriousness, love this stream. I appreciate that, Foster. Run the capstone for Claws, just need to leave. Aw, that was accidental. Let me... Well, I guess we wait this out. Kind of want an armor that converts all ability damage to an element. Would be fun throwing cryo hammers. That'd be interesting, yeah. That'd be really interesting. I'd be on board for that, Aaron. Because that would also play really nicely with Storm Smite, again, because that would let you convert it to an element that doesn't... Well, you could make it all one element, and you could say make it cryo, and then you could use soaked with it without... If you try to use soaked with Storm Smite now, half the damage goes up, half the damage goes down. But this would also create situations where people use things like Spore Fuse and convert that to whatever element they want, and that just sounds scary. So yeah, if you enter the arena in from the shadows, he never actually aggroes to you. So once he's done killing your pet, he just walks around because he doesn't even know you're in here. It's very entertaining.
If you're looking for trouble, you found it. Spells are spent.
Most of this damage is dots, chat.
Swoop and tear.
Like, I'm getting so much contagion activity. I don't even have a lot of points. I have 1 point. I could get 2 more from Skill Tree if I gave up stuff down here, but realistically, I could pull 1 from Elusive and make it 2 here. I get 3 more from Armor. So, in an ideal world, I don't change the Skill Tree, and I just get 3 more from Armor. 4 out of 3 Contagion. Be a lot more consistency there.
Might have lived if you'd run. Oh, don't look.
Gyre's my favorite non-black powder. I got a Primordial one yesterday, Mr. Adblock. I put it in my bank. I think it's Shock. The 2 ammo per shot one. Dire Sacrifice. Nice. Just got sad, got an okay Ludite. 848 times 2, 5 mag. With no elemental damage. Oh, it's non-elemental? Yeah, that's sad. Ways of Silence. That'll still be good. And you can honestly use that in situations where you don't have the correct elemental matchup. Because the way it maths out in this game, basically, you match elements or you go non-elemental if you can't. And that's like the highest base to work with. But then you lose your elemental damage bonuses and stuff, so it's not always a perfect solution. Pan. Okay, what are we gonna use in the next run? This is what I normally use, the body rocker. I don't have much confidence in Blue Cake yet. I gotta test that one at some point more. But the biggest thing with the Blue Cake is the range issue. See the items you're using? I can go over that. So in that run, I was running this. The AR is a crossbow generator. Now this got a bunch of buffs in this last hotfix, but some of those buffs are of a nature that you want to refarm the item. There was a bug stopping it from dropping with all the parts it was supposed to. So now it can drop with more parts, and also they buffed the damage and the ricochets, and it's just a good gun now. You can get this in a ×4 variant, or you can get it in a semi-automatic variant, which has the highest damage, or you can get it in a full auto, which is also ×1. It'll have full auto has the lowest damage, but you know it's full auto. I prefer ×4 here. Consumes 2 ammo per shot, but It's very good area DPS. I didn't use the headcanon yet today, but I love this gun. Really good quest reward. And we have a Primordial Ludite ×3, and we have a Volatile ×25 Kettle Drum. Now, something we went over earlier in the stream is that ×21 is likely the optimal damage pick for Kettle Drums, because you lose 4 projectiles, but you gain more damage total. It's just a few... It's fewer ricochets, and I don't happen to have a 21 that has the correct parts that I'd want. Like, this is a Primordial, which is good, but it doesn't have the crit damage part, and it doesn't have the fire rate part, which I prefer, personally. And then I have a Thurge, Dark Magic Stabbo power with gun mag and reload speed. This helps minimize my downtime from the shadows. I'm using Spectral Talons to be Rax. There's many other spells that would be better here, but thematically, I like it being Rax, because we can feel like Flak. So this one is just a flavor choice. Sharksbanes with just good passives. Gun damage Sharksbanes are the go-to for gun builds right now. Body Rune with while health is full, gun damage and crit damage enchant, and a Corrupted Plate Mail with dot-related skills. Oh, and an Amp Echo Twin Soul. Freaking love this game. Me too, Foster. There's so much cool shit. Got a Primordial Drill's Legacy out of vending machine yesterday. I don't know if it's good or not. Had the cop. Yeah, test it out. Let me know how it goes. I've not used that gun since I was leveling, so I don't know how it does end game. Let's see dot effects being so viable in this game. Yeah, they're really good. Hey boys, Riz, how you doing? Type of build you're rocking? It's a very Flak-like go in invisibility and spam a bunch of crits from your guns type setup. Taking that for science. Blows my mind if people complaining about C35 build diversity. Well, it shows you who is unwilling to learn how items work. Simple as that. You'll have one type of person who will go out and, you know, ask the right questions. They'll be like, hey, how can I maximize this? And you'll have the people who go and test out different things, and they'll try to build around an item. And then you have people who will complain that, you know, game doesn't let them roll all over it with no effort. It's a perspective thing. At the end of the day, you can't change people. You can't ever change people. However, people who are open to the idea that maybe they don't know things, those are the kinds of people I like talking to. Because I'm that kind of person too. I learn things all the time. And always remember that I'm not good at video games. I just play video games a lot, and I sit down and think about the nerdy aspects of it. Like, the nerdy aspects of the nerdy hobby. I go into the math. That's how I make so many builds. I just learn how shit works. C35 isn't even hard to get, though. You can just pick up random shit and get there. Yeah, you can. Provided you don't get unlucky with certain bosses. Like, the picking up random items, maybe Son of a Witch or Drill walls you depending on what you have. But it's doable with enough patience. You're absolutely correct. Now, efficiently clearing C35, you need to be a little more discerning in builds than you were at C20, but it's still very doable. And ultimately, this game's longevity is in the Chaos Chamber. So it's designed to be a little more difficult than, say, getting up to OP10 or Mayhem 10. Which, Mayhem 10, you just move the slider. OP10, you had to do peak runs. You had to refarm gear. But, I think that this is the best endgame progression system that Gearbox has done in one of their games. Personally. My personal opinion. What am I going to use this run? Let's use the Body Rocker like normal. Although, that Rogue Imp was so much fun, I gotta say. Oh, you know, we haven't done a headcanon run. Let's do a headcanon run.
Come on, have some fun. You go on ahead.
7 Wastards, 7 Zom bosses. I had 7 Solisas. I don't like learning things not because I'm closed-minded, because Regretti is scary. Regretti is scary, but also the joy of putting a new item on your build and realizing it slaps. Like, this quest reward. This is a quest reward. Non-enchantable, but, like, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, I had to focus up and not let Firefront die. You plate mailing? Yes, sir. When the build starts firing on all cylinders, it's so satisfying. You get to the moment where like the idea really starts coming together. Looks like it fires like a Destiny hand cannon. I've been told it feels like that, yeah. Just start doing 20-35 with another character and C21 with Celissa. Here's hoping that's the last. She's so annoying. She really is, Jester. Celissa's my personal nemesis after my my first C35 line. Nice Contagion. Very cool. That's awesome. Which class the headcanon from? Armageddon Interrupted, I believe is the name. Armageddon something? I keep forgetting the second word of that. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong. Let's do Gloop. Armageddon Distracted. See, I never remember. Thank you, Hebrew Hammer. Answered as I asked. I appreciate you. Wish there were DPS meters. Part of me does too, but the actual math that goes into some of this stuff is I do not have any confidence that a DPS meter would like not crash the game. Like I'm pretty confident it would just crash the game. In fact, there's some math associated with Contagion right here, this skill. If you have very specific thresholds of status damage against certain counts of enemies, the game can't handle it and crashes. So I don't think a DPS meter would be worth the stress of, you know, what it'd do to the game. But no one would ever say things like that to the new raid boss Chums. Put respect on Chum's name. That was a cursed crab we just deleted.
Are you stupid enough to mess with me? Wings of death!
Whew. Contagion being Bloodsplosion. Yeah. I need to try out Contagion with Inflammation and see if there's any weird shit there. That could be fun. Actual Bloodsplosion status. Is Week 2 Chums any more fun? I've been told yes, but honestly, I've only run into him twice, and he still has no health, so I still did not get to experience mechanics.
because he just kind of died one damage cycle. A bit disappointing. Chums is cool, he just doesn't survive long enough to do anything. It's the Borderlands 3 story boss problem, where it's like, hey, some of these attacks and stuff are cool. The same thing happened in Bounty of Blood DLC in that game. Like, actual cool enemy design, but it just doesn't live long enough for you to experience any of it.
That's the good stuff.
Last gas with Nova, no thank you. Bronco Buster with Adrenaline. You'd get no uptime, but that's chaotic as fuck, and I like it. Get it? Because it's also chaotic? I'm so funny. All bosses die to you quick? Not all of them. Barkenstein still takes me a while. Dragon Lord can take me a while, depending on setup. The more weird a build is, generally, the less quickly it clears drill. So there's that. If you're doing any sort of melee setup, Banshee takes a while. Unless you become tanky enough where you can tank or damage Aura, which requires a ridiculous amount of investment. Like a unrealistic amount, I'd say.
Well, if it isn't my favorite killer fungus.
These sandstorms murder my frames. They're so cool, but slowly my PC's lost the ability to cope. And this happens. So I don't like these sandstorms anymore. A snake stick. Bad storm. B&D storm. I read that incorrectly the first time. Completed my first melee playthrough yesterday. Let's go, Finn. How'd it treat you? How'd you find it? Was it too painful? Were there any bosses that gave you a particular amount of trouble? Or did you just, like, ghost blade them down? I imagine that was pretty helpful. Nice Contagion. Such a good skill. This fun? Hey, let's go.
You were short work.
TNA Storm, bonk. This is a family channel. You apparently melee drill from safety in a specific spot that goes out slightly further. Could you get me a clip of that, Pico? Or anyone? Because if you try to melee drill in a traditional sense, he's got like one sliver of hitbox on his left hip. Other than that, you just can't. If there's a trick to it other than that spot, I'd like to know about it. That was a fast room. I may as well rest the mushroom. This water also just kills you? Yeah. What if I say the hardest enemies were the sharks and crabs in Wartooth during the story? Is it because of how much they knock you back, Finn? Because I've grown to hate sharks on melee builds. I was underleveled? Oh, yeah. My first playthrough, I was underleveled for Wartooth. I actually had to step out of the area and go get a level and come back. Felt that way about Garamon and Moon Presence. Are we talking Bloodborne? Anyone here played Bloodborne Final Secret Boss, such an amazing fight with a lot of mechanics, has no health, speed, just whacked death attacks. Oh yeah, Moon Presence, yeah. It do be like that. I mean, if we're being perfectly honest, Elden Ring had the same problem of the final boss being like one of the easiest. Frequently shocked by the reach Melee generally has compared to previous Lands series games. Yeah, they did a lot of quality of life stuff for Melee. The only things holding Melee back in this game is just boss design in certain cases. They definitely put Melee in a really good place in this game. Depends on your build. Elden Ring final boss whipped my ass for a couple hours. I think that's more just learning patterns, honestly, Era. Like, have you seen, I'm sure you have, but have you seen the level 1 speedrun kills of Elden Beast? You can kill Elden Beast at level 1 with a free weapon you get for a gimmick boss fight faster than, like, most builds. Their Face Puncher equivalent? No, and that's a good thing. Because we see how well the melee system flourishes when there's no Face Puncher in the room, just usurping the whole thing. I phased him without my enchant on? That's scary. Farming a featured? Yes. Is there a benefit other than the boss? Featured you get... Well, you can learn it, so you can be more efficient at featured generally. You know exactly what to expect. Also, I do kind of want White Riders. So, farming Son of a Witch is nice for that, because he's the dedicated source of White Rider and Spellblade. So he drops good items. And you get higher rates on the currently featured. But some people have suggested that maybe that's just a permanent thing that happens after something has been featured. I don't know. But either way, farming the featured is always a good idea. And also, I just like the system of featured runs. Makes me happy. Elden Beast was nerfed to at a recent patch. Oof. Haven't seen that kill yet, but yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, Serpent Hunter is like one of the best weapons in the game, and they buffed it. It's crazy. White Rider's really good. Spellblade's my favorite item right now. I personally don't like some of the things that Spellblade's enabling. Like, it's just an enabler to Spellshot doing the dumb shit Spellshot does. But it's certainly a flavorful item, and White Rider is very cool. What's Spellblade doing? Basically, Spellblade applies your spell damage as a conditional damage bonus to anything with damage source melee. This includes shooting Barkenstein's weak spot, using a hammer throw, using Ghostblade. All of these are things that Spellblade will boost. And guess what Spellshot has? The most spell damage in the game. Guess what Spellblade wants? Spell damage. It's just kind of an unholy combo. Headcannon can't be enchanted. It can't, but it's still good without it. Depending on setup, gun enchant can be the least important of your enchantments. And this is one of those setups. I'm just using my gun enchant slot on 3 of my guns at the moment to get what ends up being about 6 more seconds on my From the Shadows. Which at base, it's a 8-second duration. And then with class power, 68.2% more duration. So what, I've got like a 13 seconds, so you know, maybe I can round it off to about 20 seconds from the shadows with that enchant, but the build still functions very well without it, and I get higher damage with another enchant. So the point is, this doesn't give me damage, just access to damage, so it's not too much of a drop from that to nothing. You just equip it and that interaction happens with spellcast. Not even with spellcast. So it's just like anything you do, anytime you deal damage that is considered having the base damage source as melee, Spellshot affects it, or not Spellshot, Spellblade affects it. So, yeah. It's something that buffs you just by having it equipped. And most other melee weapons don't do that. Gloop, are you good?
That one in particular.
I wanna see people explode.
Well, that was rude. That was very rude. Honestly, that was like pretty close to worst case. And I'm gonna have to disrespect you now, Gloop. I was trying to do a respectful kill.
More puppet. More.
Stabbo Capstone with Spellblade, and you make that work. I mean, Stabbo Capstone's just kind of shit, Era. But yeah, Spellblade would be one of the very few things that provided decent value.
Better wrap up. Might have lived if you'd run.
What have I told you about respecting things? Worst idea ever. Oh, I'm sorry. Heard that the enchants on 4 equipped will apply to the build even if you don't have it equipped. Is that true? It is not true unless you do a specific exploit involving the overworld.
Get out of my face.
Your equipped gun is the only one that gives you an enchant unless a bug occurs. Your melee weapon, that enchant is always applying. Your spell, that is always applying. Your ward, that is always applying. But it only takes your equipped gun. Morning, Human Hybrid. Looking for a good Spore Warden build, what do you recommend? I can go over the spec I'm running right now if that interests you. This is a Spore Warden Stabomancer. Correct, so it seems more Stabo testing has been done recently. You're playing it now. Has your opinion on the tree changed at all? Is it still just from the Shadows, Alchemical, and Contagion tree? It's still just that, Dex. So, like, and this is not an opinion piece, this is a math, mechanics, and theory. I'm not insulting your favorite class if you're a Stabo main. Anyone here, before I go into this. Stabomancer has a bad skill tree. It's just the math. I'll go into exactly why Stabomancer has a bad skill tree and why I run it anyway. So, Arsenal is 3% per point for these stats, which you can get from Myth Rank and lots of other places. That's extremely low value, though. The value of this goes up a bit if you're running Paradigm and if your other tree doesn't have gun damage. But guess what? Spore Warden gets more gun damage tier 1 than Stabo does. Moving on from that to the next low tier thing. Swift Death. This is in the same category as other all damage boosts. So you're looking at all damage passive on your armor, you're looking at all damage passive on your amulet, you're looking at any enchantments you have that say all damage, of which there are several. You're looking at the Graveborn skill, Faithful Thralls is in that category. There's lots of stuff that goes into this group. So it's easy to get this damage boost elsewhere, which means if you put this in the pile with that, it is a smaller total increase to your damage compared to other things. 1,000 Cuts down here is in the same category as Swift Death, so like it's more on that pile. Not very good. Sneak Attack is additive to Strength in the crit formula, and Strength, most people run with 52 Strength from Village Idiot. So like, yeah, the other stuff that goes in this category is any crit bonuses you have on your rings. They go there. Joint Training Amulet goes there. Sneak Attack is just very low value. So, And then the capstone is extremely situational in what you have to build around and requires you to invest, 26 points to get it. So, like, So that puts you in a position where you have haste and potent poisons are very good skills. Those are worth taking. Those get you down to this tier. Exploit their weakness is an extremely good skill. You take that. But now you're stuck at tier 3 and you need to pick something that's either situational or bad to move down. So in this setup, Nimble Fingers would be okay for me because fire rate would be nice, but I prefer having Swift Death for more general applications. So despite Swift Death being low value, I take it to move on. Shadow Step is a bad skill. A follow-up is a situational skill. Can be very good, but not for this setup, so I don't take it. That gets me down to this tier, where Contagion is probably the best skill in Stabomancer tree, aside from Exploit Their Weakness. Contagion is amazing, so we want that, and Elusive is very good. But if I was to try to go further down the tree to get Alchemical Agent, which is also a good skill, a bit situational, but very good, I'd have to invest more points into bad skills. Stabomancer is a minefield of bad skills to go down the tree. Whereas you could just take better stuff in your second tree. Ignore the stomach growl. You could take better stuff in your second tree, which is what we've done. But the good things about Stabo, From the Shadows is one of the best action skills in the game. It's extremely good. Like, really, really, really good. If you were to say, flat out, and this is... I'm someone who... I don't like ranking things, I don't like calling things best, but, like, if you went up to me and just told me, yeah, From the Shadows is the best action skill in this game, I wouldn't argue with you. Like, it likely is. It's that good. So, yeah, Ghostblade's kind of like Dreadwind, but bad. But, From the Shadows is incredible. And then there's only a couple sources of swing speed for melee builds. This being one of them is great. Movement speed is also just a great stat, and you get good access to this because it just requires you to cast a spell to double it, and that lasts for 12 seconds. Very reasonable. Exploit Their Weakness is in the same damage category as Wrath of Nature, and most people know how good Wrath of Nature is. So, like, that's good. And then, as I mentioned before, Alchemical Agent is great in melee setups, and Contagion is extremely good in just any setup that applies a lot of dots. Isn't Wrath of Nature just strictly better than Expose Their Weakness? No, because how am I going to apply Wrath of Nature to a single target? If there's one enemy in the room, one, and I'm running From the Shadows, I have no way of doing ability damage to a target. That's why Exploit is higher priority in this setup than Wrath. Another negative about Stabo is the class feed is pretty minor. It's super minor. Extremely minor. Like, this is not a big value. 30% crit, like, it's not good. So, like, Stabo is hard carried by a bunch of stuff on the right side of the tree, and other classes don't have that problem. Like, Spell Shot, everything in Spell Shot tree is good. Berserker, almost everything in Berserker tree is good. Spore Warden has its use cases, etc., etc. But Stabo's, like, What triggers Wrath of Nature in this build? Play the ankles. Spell Shot's mid. Spell Shot's extremely powerful, and it's uninteresting because of the way it's powerful. When I get my Claw to 40, I'm going to try Claw Grave build. As you said, it's one of the more difficult class combos to build for, and I love a challenge. After that, I want to build a class with the most interchangeable ability powers. Which two classes would you recommend for that? Interchangeable ability powers? What do you mean? Like, swapping your action skills based on a situation? Main character is Stabo main, but only this first class I picked, mostly just from the Shadows access at this point. That's what most Stabo builds are going to end up as this game progresses, honestly, if they don't change anything about it. What armor are you using? Corrupted Plate Mail. So the cool thing about Corrupted Plate Mail is this has a really good synergy with Stabo in that it allows me to apply a lot more dots. Stabomancer tree is also one of the trees without any direct healing in it, and this gives me access to some healing. The advantage of the way Corrupted Plate Mail works is it's like Amara's Infusion in Borderlands 3, where it chops off 30% of your damage, changes it to a bonus element, but that bonus element is still able to trigger certain on-hit effects. And since I'm using high projectile count weapons, high hit count stuff in general, I I get a lot of dot chances, which feeds well into contagion, and also I have a lot of status effect damage. So those dark magic status effects are going to help me out quite a bit. One cool thing Plate Mail does is it makes headcanon's explosion trigger twice when from the shadows. So, like, that's cool. Big DPS increase. So, should I just always be using Spell Sword in my Spell Shot build? If you're doing things with damage source melee, yes. So, like, let's say you're a Spell Shot Clawbringer and you're throwing your hammer, and if you want that hammer throw to kill things, yeah, you should use a Spellblade. Spell Shot is powerful just from pure raw strength and numbers. That and access to certain mechanics. Spell Shot just kind of does everything better than everybody. It's... well, a lot of that is brute force with numbers, as you said, Dyson. Swapping action skills will fly depending on the situation. So in terms of classes that have action skills I'd want to swap between, Clawbringer Hammer Throw is the best at, like, triggering enchantments and delivering some range damage in a close range setup, I'd say. So that's a good shout there. From the Shadows is just overall a great action skill. But a good example of when I wouldn't use it is in the Gloop fight that you just saw me do. I switched to Blizzard because From the Shadows is a damage down when there's already a guaranteed wide open crit spot. So this multi-class combo is a good one for swapping action skills on the fly. On Clawbringer Spore Warden, I do sometimes swap action skills. Sometimes I'll use Barrage for easier Wrath of Nature application, while just generally preferring a hammer throw. Graveborn setups, if you're using Graveborn action skills, you switch fairly often because Dire Sacrifice isn't great in bossing, but Reaper of Bones is. So that's an option. Would Plate Mail be any benefit to Graveborn? Would be diminishing returns? So Plate Mail would likely be a damage down on a Graveborn because it's converting some of your damage to a bonus element. So, for example, Dire Sacrifice would have 30% of its damage turned into a bonus element of the same element, and what that would mean is less damage, because bonus elements do not get area damage boosts, for example. So, I would not recommend Plate Mail on a Graveborn, unless you're doing some really weird shit. Show me the shotgun? Absolutely. I was using several. The sticky shotgun I was using is this one, and the black powder one I'm using is this one. Pretty much always just pick Village Idiot. Yeah, it's a big damage boost, whereas the others are much more minor in their impact. Hey Sora, how you doing? Stone Swan, good to see ya. Sabo has some great skills and 2 excellent action skills. Majority is just not worth. Calling Ghostblade excellent, I'd say, is a stretch. It's cool, but like 25 pellets, damn. So, some cool math and some a suggestion from Stone Swan right there is times 21 is actually the play here in terms of raw damage. You get a few fewer instances of damage, but you get much more total damage delivered per shot. Just the times 21 that I have right now does not have the parts down here that I want. Like, it doesn't have the crit damage part here, and it doesn't have as much fire rate, so it just felt kind of worse. So I still prefer a 25 at the moment, but 21 is likely the peak. Last week you played a build with Sawmill. Which class combo was that? It was Berserker Graveborn. Berserker Graveborn. Got one, but it's 12. 12 will still be okay, but yeah, I wouldn't settle for anything less than 16 pellets, personally, Pericles. Makes sense, just feel like I'm struggling to understand this game. Never had an issue with any previous titles, so it's probably a me issue. Don't know what's not clicking in my brain, you know. It's a lot of new stuff, Ember. It's a lot of new stuff. Downright miserable. Little brother has COVID. And he's a cunt, so my mother has COVID and father has symptoms. Oh, I'm sorry. Shit, that sounds terrible. Hopefully you all feel better soon. Yeah, that's a chaotic cape. With nothing else good about it. Ooh, that's awkward. Yeah, I laughed at that internally, Dyson. We'll struggle on C35 and breeze through it at the same time. It depends on what you're fighting, huh, Fusion Rogue? Depends on what you're fighting. So there's a much more clear divide between mobbing and bossing in this game. 2 magic bullets, area damage, gun damage. That's promising, but it's not ahead of the snake, so I just don't really care. Let's do and exploit their weaknesses. No. Went through something similar, and family member decided a little COVID was going to stop them from going to Christmas dinner. Yeah, people suck. Put away the blue cake for now. Circle back around to that. Oh, my bank's filling up again already. I cleared like 15 spaces before stream, and it's already gone. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. My moon orbs are capped again, too. Shit.
Think you can make it?
Really need either a better Cape of Tides or a good Amalgam Paradigm. I feel like Soaked is hitting my damage hard as a Hammer Berserker. It could be. So, Soaked is weakening your Oath of Fire. If you're using a Body Rune, it's weakening that. It's weakening half your Wyvern's attacks, more than half, really. And it's weakening your half your Storm Smite. So, Soaked, if you don't have enough damage in the other half, it's very awkward. Which is part of why I believe Soaked is balanced. It has a clear downside. And it is not a build on its own. Like, it's not something you could take just that and then start clearing efficiently. You still need things for it to boost that are at least decent. So, I like Soaked as a mechanic. I think it was well done. I let Fire Friend die. I'm a bad friend. I was too distracted looking at sticky explosions. Frost Gyre carries me super hard. I still need to use that gun. Heard nothing but good things. I'm farming jewelry for shotgun mag size increase. I want to get my shotgun from 2 to 4. Bunnies aren't being kind. Yeah, I feel you there, Dyson. When you start a new build, what do you start farming for first? Usually when I start a new build, I kind of build around an item I have already. So it'll depend on what I have. Like, I store a lot of gear. I'm a hoarder. I have a lot of stuff in my bank. I have a lot of mules. So usually I'll just look through and I'll use stuff that I've acquired already. But I'd say the most impactful on most builds is your armor. Because that's not only class power, it's skill rolls and passives. And then also, on top of all that, the armor's effect. How many hours are you in this game? Let's check. Hey Worlds, how you doing? 21 days and 13 hours. So whatever that translates to. Hey JB Ocho. Hope you're doing well. I was wondering, would a plate mail be okay for a Spellshot Greatborn combo? Spec down to the Spellshot Capstone primarily. So the awkward thing about that is depending on what you're doing, the plate mail is going to be stealing some of your damage. So if you're running something that's, for example, area damage, which a lot of spells are, plate mail, converting 30% of that into a bonus element is a damage down, because bonus elements don't get area damage bonuses. And if you're doing, say, Blast Gas, which a lot of Spellshot Greatborn setups do, Blast Gas is something that can double dip area damage bonuses. So it's like very important to have good area damage going into that. So I wouldn't recommend plate mail for most flavors of Spellshot or Greatborn stuff. It's more of like a gun build type thing when you're using non-splash guns. He says as he uses splash gun, I know, but the primary focus is this gun, which benefits a lot from plate mail.
Talons of the Tempest. For you, is it? Won't be enough.
Really enjoying this build? Yeah, I love it a lot. I got another build set up to show you guys today, but this one's just comfy. Feels the most natural to me. Thank you, you're very welcome. Use a Body Rune fired bonus damage for Spellshot. Yeah, Body Rune is great, just not like everyone. Love me a Body Rune. Mind Rune with a good enchant, but it's a Mind Rune, unfortunately. Not really very valuable. Isn't Bad Egg a little worse with Blast Chill because it's bonus? Bad Egg does a lot of stuff though, Pika. Bad Egg gives you movement speed, it gives you a melee damage multiplier that is unique in the formula. That's the one that's not listed on the card. And it gives you that bonus element. So, Bad Egg is boosting your initial hit a lot more than what most other wards can do. So it leads to big blast chills because of that. It just also has the bonus element on the side. Obviously, you know, Cursed Wit existing means that in many situations it's optimal. Because of, you know, it just being a big bonus that double dips in a category where there's not a lot of other things happening. Interestingly though, Berserker is the character that gets the least out of Cursed Wit. Yes, you heard that correctly, because formula-wise, Cursed Wit goes in the same category as the Old Ways.
That's the good stuff.
Bad Egg bonus Ellie also isn't hurting Blast Chill, it's just adding on top. Yeah, Bad Egg bonus Ellie is on melee damage only. So, like, it doesn't even acknowledge that Blast Chill exists, but Blast Chill is going to look at the melee bonus, the hidden one, which is unique in the formula. Bad Egg gives you a multiplier that nothing else in the game does. That's what makes it good. Use the Frost Rune Shield on Burr. I hate Curse Wit, too squishy. I'm a bishop in the Church of Body Rune. We stand Body Rune in this chat. You will eat your Body Rune in this household. Where's the skull here? I always accidentally hit it with Splash. It's like somewhere around here, right? Like, I don't actually know. Like, the one that goes into this? Ah, there it is.
I choose you. Not like rubbish. Die.
That dot's gonna kill me, maybe? Yeah, I have dot duration, so if you dot yourself, it's kind of painful.
Saved by a mushroom. Enclave will never let me live this down.
Yo, Deceptix, how's it going? Oh, by the way, congrats. Chat, Deceptix got into GDQ. For Geared... Was it Geared Borderlands 2? Geared Sal, Geared Sal. And what shotgun is that? This is a times 25 kettle drum. It's a non-unique black powder. Mine is volatile. So it looks like this. It's very good. Any kettle drum that's 21 or 25 projectiles is going to do very well for you. So look for 21s or 25s. 16s will be okay, but 21, 25 are the goal. 21's a little more damage, 25 is a few more hits.
Spell slots are ready.
I'm really sorry I keep leaving my PC to do other things. You haven't answered my question. Hate to be a pain if you did already, apologize. I don't remember what your question was. I think I did. Just ping me with it again, Ember. It's fine. Ping me with it in the chat so it highlights in red for me.
I must reload.
Is Faithful Thrall a skill you recommend even if you're not using a build center around companions? Yeah. It's just that good. It's one of those skills that you just take. It's a lot of damage, and even if you're not centering around companions, you are likely using Dark Hydras, just because they're there. So that's a bunch of potential stacks, and you have your Demi-Lich at least. So that's another stack. It's just good. Big thanks. Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm going.
Four stacks of Thrall is worth 6 skill points. Yeah, it really is. It's a lot of damage.
Elemental Eagle.
You're good Spore Ward and Scrappy. I always wish Amara could have Rage and Recover it, and if she's able to use a body rune, that's almost it. Yeah, similar vibe. Yeah, times 25, didn't know. Yeah, times 25 is the max you can get on a black powder shotgun. It requires very specific parts. Think of it as comparable to getting a times 18 Torgue shotgun. Same kind of, like, you gotta get this, and this to get it. But 21 is arguably situationally better, and that's a little bit easier to get than a 25. So you can go for either one.
Going.
So the biggest counter you can do to Son of a Witch is LOS him. LOS meaning line of sight. As long as you're using some sort of damage delivery that happens whether or not you're looking at him, whether that's stickies or pets or etc., He just kind of ceases to function if you do that. Yo, Chester, thank you so much for the Prime and the 2 months. I appreciate it. Hope you continue enjoying all the perks and yada yada yada. Thank you so much.
Wings of death. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
She's just a girl who's on fire. We look like
Clenched fist sunglasses.
Clenched fist sunglasses. Thanks again, Chester. I appreciate it. Pulling Wasser with a crossblade through the wall. Yep, you can absolutely do that. Or sigil. Sigils are great. Yep, sigils are fantastic. You can make your own wall that you can shoot through.
You, yes you.
Oh, I made this baby, so you have to love it.
Strike them down. Gonna need more magic.
Now, I couldn't time this properly last time, so let's see if I can do it this time. No, couldn't quite manage it. If you time that well and you go to that one, you can get like that initial attack to do the thing immediately. It's kind of funny. Oops. Awkward. Not being my best gamer self right now. Did Gloop die? Yeah, I tried to flex and died for it. Ah, no, Gloop's still alive. Whatever, it's fine. Does not deface your damage, Gloop. No patience. I know. I was trying to do something spicy. We'll get it next round. I just gotta remember to go left instead of straight. Tis fine, tis fine.
Still time to run the other way. That's for
Also, I lost my enchant because I'm using the full health one, so I actually lose a lot. Whenever I take a hit, I shouldn't.
that one in particular.
It was calculated to get that tiebreaker. It's just that easy, chat.
Tastes like green butt light.
Just found 100% crit chance Buffmeister. Don't they all do that? I thought they all did that. It doesn't give you 100% crit chance, Ways of the Silence. It just, the damage that the Buffmeister itself directly deals gets 100% crit chance. Just like the aura around you. No, they don't all have 100. Well, it doesn't make your stuff crit 100% of the time. Either way. The Buffmeister itself does directly deal damage.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Bye, bunny. My Buffmeister's like 7 and I have 10. Part variance. But yeah, it doesn't make you auto crit. Svenny aspects die with
My two favorite bosses.
damage after you die. The portal just seems to close. Huh. That's interesting. Trying to figure out how I want to do this without weapon swaps. Probably this configuration. Realistically, I unequipped the headcanon for Body Rocker, but headcanon too fun. I don't wanna. I'll do it though. I'll do it though. Also, chat, which room in this featured has bark? I haven't bothered to look for bark in this featured, just because I prefer doing faster runs than maker runs. With bark, died to dots, and I respawned the portal was graded. Let me go through. Huh. Interesting. It's the third one. Thank you, Dyson. Thank you as well, Mac. Isn't Buffmeister elemental damage set in stone too? No. It's based off of the, it's a bonus element that's base value is determined by the damage that it says on the card. It increases damage by whatever, that. But that is going to, get its own damage formula stuff. So, for example, that's what makes a Cryo Buffmeister notable, because it adds spell damage to the formula for the Buffmeister bonus element. So it is not a completely static thing. Also elemental bonuses, matchups, etc.
Howdy at TBJ_quag. How the heck are y'all?
Pascaroni, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 3 months and for the Prime. I appreciate you. I'm doing pretty well. It took a while to get my brain rolling today, but builds are going well, and we're having fun farming. But it's good to see you. How are you? That's a Cape of Tides with 2 magic bullets. We take those. Big Thunder Cubes. We got a Crangled Blank Slate. This is one of the most rare items in the game. It does absolutely nothing, but it is a collector's item. Spell damage bonuses apply to Cryo Buffmeisters only. Well, that's not quite true. Buffmeister itself is a spell, so yeah. The short answer is spell damage bonuses apply. It's just Cryo ones get even nuttier. Big Thunder Cubes does nothing? Correct. Didn't know they turned Explosive Fury into a class mod. It's toxic. You're toxic. Wonder why the Cryo gets a bigger buff. That one's probably a mistake, honestly. Ways of the Silence. It's weird. Cryo's the only one that does that. The other ones are still busted tier, but yeah. That's my Moon Orbs. Okay, not capped. I'll do one more run with this, and then mess around with the other setup that I prepared. There's a certain item you're hunting for. There's always certain items I'm hunting for. Various armors for various builds. I do want better White Riders. So farming this featured is great because Son of a Witch / Wastard is a dedicated source for the White Rider, and featured runs give a big boost to dedicated rates, so it's the best possible time to farm for one.
This work's no place for the weak.
Does the Poison Blast trigger his enemies affected by the cube? Yes. Yes, it does. The Pandemicium? Yeah. Back what I miss? Just chilling, Onyx. Just chilling. Might be a dumb question. I'm C30 and right now I cannot remember who Wastard is. It's the Necromancer guy. The one who shoots out the skulls. He has the bird that restores his ward. Wish Diversion did a bit more damage. I heard some scary things about it, Pizza Trins. Apparently, against certain types of enemies, it just, like, deletes them. Like, I've heard that the Divergent does weird things to Son of a Witch, but I've not personally tested, so I don't know. I can't confirm that one yet, but it's something I've heard. Wouldn't surprise me based on how some things interact with the ads on that fight, though. Back here. Opulent Wyverns, if you don't have melee damage, are so tanky. Oof. Wow, this is a real son of a witch. The wise man once said, there are no dumb questions, only dumb answers. True. BRB dinner time? Sounds good, Rohith. Is build a flag cosplay? Pretty much Walnut. That was pretty much the motivation behind using the, well, there's motivation behind building it. And then I slowly kept expanding on it, and we're using the Spectral Talon spell just because it feels like black. There's lots of other spells I could be using that would be better here, but I consider the compromise worth it for flavor. And it's performing pretty well, as you can see, so I'm okay with it. Using Twin Talons? It's like this. Twin Spectral Talons with 2 projectile parts and a charge. This one happens to be volatile. And it's not doing hugely noteworthy damage, and the projectile parts are really kind of only hurting me. But it's cool. Rule of cool.
All the magic I need. I blame you for trying.
You see they gave Flag a toaster as a new head? Nice. Stavo Spore is Flak, Stavo Burr is in. No. What does Berserker have to do with Zane? Forgot to grab Bark. Shit, I did. God damn it. I guess we'll have to do another run. Finally got to try an Power and Cry, so it was a very fun spell, nice cooldown. Yeah, big fan of those. Big fan of those. Big fan. Oh, I had a lot of Echo there, apparently. Move speed. Lots of stuff gives move speed in this game. Spore Warden gives more move speed than Berserker. And Cryo. Zane didn't have a Cryo bonus element in his tree at all. It's just me, or are Ice stronger than other status damage? Also, the classes boost Frost and the for Poison other than general status boost. Clawbringer boosts all elements equally. Graveborn boosts Dark Magic. Berserker boosts Cryo. There is no class that covers Fire or Poison. And a lot of powerful things in this game happen to be Cryo. So, like Liquid Cooling, Ice Spike spells. Empowering Sigils can roll either Cryo or Shock. Sigils in general are either Cryo or Shock. Calamities do not cover Poison or Lightning elements. So it's just a lot of good things happen to be Cryo, more than Cryo itself being that good. Because think about enemy health bars, bosses. There's not a lot that are bone, and the ones that are tend to be the weaker ones. Hey Matt, how you doing? Los Spooch, good to see you as well. Gearbox just got fixated on making Gear Frost. Yeah, I think that's a large part of it. Maybe they wanted more people trying it out because it's their third iteration of the Cryo element. Like, it's changed from TPS to 3 to Wonderlands each time. Each time's a bit mechanically different. Maybe they wanted to highlight it a bit more. It changed more than the other elements did. Too soon to ask for a Reco and class combo for us rookies? Not too soon at all. If you're looking for just kind of like a do the game easiest class combo, Spell Shot Graveborn. In terms of doing things in general, as the most new player friendly, least gear requirement, etc., it'll be some combination of Spell Shot with whatever else you want to do. Graveborn has the best survivability. Also is the second best spellcasting class, so it synergizes well with Spell Shot in that regard. Berserker's got the best damage formula, aside from Spell Shot, so that's an option for you. Stabomancer has what is arguably the best action skill in From the Shadows, so you can do that. Spore Warden has really good enchantments on gear. So you can do some cool enchantment-centric stuff on Spore Warden. It's just going to be some variety of Spell Shot with something else if you were trying to, like, you know, metagame, so to speak. Yo, Swin, thank you for the 15 months. Clawbringer's most badass? True. I love Clawbringer. Thank you for the 15 months, Swin. Text-to-speech will get around to that eventually. Clawbringer's Chad class? Yes.
She's just a girl and she's...
There it goes.
There you go, Quack.
Swinlanam Quag Shy Swinlanam Quag Hype Swinlanam Qua Swinlanam Quag Jam.
I love how text-to-speech says Swinlanam. It's fantastic. Storm Spite is cool skill, no contest. It is pretty cool. When you're spamming the shit out of it, it does get, let's call it visually inconvenient. But it's still good. Hammer's very addicting, that it is. As for reason why fire or poison damage are weaker, all I can say is DLC character help with that. Well, fire and poison damage aren't weaker, Wolf Booty. That's the entire point that I was making. They're not weaker, they're just less abundant. There's a difference. Because, for example, Body Rune is, like, super good. One of the best items they've ever made, period. And that's fire. It makes fire damage. Spore Warden's Spore Fuse enchant is poison. That's really good. Like, White Rider is a poison gun. It's really good. Rogue Imp was apparently so good they felt it needed to be nerfed. It's a fire gun. And it's still quite good. So, like, it's not that the elements are weaker, it's just there's fewer outlets for those elements specifically. Now, there's still some things that you can roll in those elements that you can roll in any element. For example, Torg Stickies, you can roll in whatever element you need them in. Sawmills, you can roll them in whatever element, etc. Rogue Imp was so good. It's still pretty good, it took a hit it didn't need to take. Thinking about it, poison is the same as absorb shield, that aren't bad, just not as useful. Right, absorb is still extremely good. It's just very few enemies in this game actually shoot at you. So it's like, oh, you're good, you're just not applicable.
This will be over before you know
Stabber Reload enchant work with Skullduggers? Yes. Yes, it does. The thing with that, though, Late Thin, is that most Skullduggers are not going to reload frequently enough for you to get value out of that. An exception to that, a notable exception, is the Rogue Imp, though. Rogue Imp... yeah. Rogue Imp reloads constantly, so it's a great candidate for that gun. For that enchant, excuse me. Lightning damage, spell shot power, reload speed. It's only chaotic. I'm pretty sure I have a better one somewhere. I'll leave that there. Arbitrarily nerfed Rogue Imp, but can't properly buff the Donkey or Crossbow Generator IMO. Crossbow Generator is good now. They didn't overbuff it, but like it's actually good now. And Donkey, I feel is, it's not like good, but it's no longer bad either. Bye, Bunny. Use the same weapons as most of your builds? No. It's just for bossing in general, Torg Stickies are just very accessible and very good, so you see that in a lot of builds. But no, depending on the build, I'll run different things. For example, I have some builds that center around the Livewire. I don't even have a Livewire on this save. I use the White Rider a lot in some builds. I have one here, but I don't frequently shoot it. Why is Echo? That was a combination of Echo, Contagion, and Stickies all going nuts.
Wanna see people explode?
Contagion does some weird shit sometimes. Excuse me, leave me alone.
Get the hang of this killing.
Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? The fixed Donkey to get enchants is gonna be a good weapon? No. So enchants don't make that much of a difference in the weapon slot, in particular, Reckless Monster. I disagree there, because, for example, the head cannon's already fantastic, and enchant doesn't really change it that much. It's one enchant. Now, collectively, all of your enchants together make up a lot of your damage, but one enchant, what does it change? For example, I'm not using any damage increasing enchantments on my guns at all. None of them. So it doesn't really matter. I'm getting a damage enchant here, and a somewhat situational damage enchant over here, and then I'm getting another situational one over here. Like, a lot of builds have more enchant slots than they even need. For example, an Ambihex build, you are struggling to get the correct enchants for those, and at the end of the day, by the time you get to like the fourth one, it's usually something redundant. Like, you'll have 2 frost boosting enchantments, and it's like, doing well in class? Do your things. I don't know what you're doing, but do it. Can't roll enchants on those at all? Yeah, there's some items that can't be enchanted, Storm Shadow. Most of them are quest rewards, though some quest rewards can be enchanted, and there are some non-quest rewards that can't be. The Thunder Anima and the Donkey, for example, can't be enchanted. They are legendary guns. The Last Rites and Headcanon quest rewards cannot be enchanted, but the Mole Man Launcher, which is a quest reward gun, can be. It's the only ranged melee in this game from Ghostblade and Stormhammer. Ragnarok and Fatebreaker are ranged melee as well. The Metal Loot and the Banshee both spawn melee projectiles that seek out other enemies when you hit. There's also Stabomancer Capstone. What's your thoughts on Greyborn? Best class or worst class? Neither, really. Just a good class. I personally try to stay away from the concept of ranking classes, but with how balance is kind of settled for now, it's hard to argue anything other than Spellshot being quote-unquote best. And in terms of if you had to pick a worst, like, I don't like doing this, but gun to my head if you told me, pick the worst class. As much as I love Clawbringer, it's that. But it's not clear-cut, because it depends on definition. Just a little bit of defining a different way. You can make a case that Stabomancer is. And yes, as crazy as you see the stuff with Stabomancer, there's certain arguments you can make to suggest that it's the worst, because Stabomancer has the worst skill tree. It's got insanely good action skills and a couple really good skills, but, like... So, worst is not clear-cut, and I don't like picking worst. But it's definitely safe to say Spellshot is the best. An Amalgam is trying. 2 in Blood Frenzy is useful, but only 1 in Ascension. And the passes aren't fantastic. I'll leave that. Only 1 in Iron Squall? Sucks. Tiger Claw with 1 in Wrath of Nature. No thank you. Is this Shadowfire any good? Not really. Not really. Why is Claw considered weak? In terms of direct damage boosts it gives you, they're a bit situational, and a little conditional. Claw has a lot of cooldowns on its output, and it's very points intensive. Also, in terms of direct formula stuff, the tree doesn't give you melee damage, doesn't give you ability damage, and it gives you a fat 8% gun damage. Now, it gives you a really impactful crit boost from Awe, and it gives you some nice crit chance. In fact, Awe is better than Stabomancer class feat, you know, 1-to-1 until you add in gear. At which point, it can remain equal. Like, if you get 6 out of 3 Awe, it's comparable to Stabo class feat with class power. But it also gives you really good crit damage. And Claw gives you good bonus elements, but it doesn't give you things to boost those bonus elements. So it gives you a lot of tools, but nothing to make those good on their own. You usually use your other class for that. So that's why Clawbringer Berserker is such a good combo, because Berserker has a really crazy damage formula, so it just feeds all the Claw stuff very well. Whereas other classes kind of are more self-contained in their power. But Stabo and Claw are both in the boat of, they don't boost themselves much. They're mostly use other things, except the difference is, Stabomancer has From the Shadows, which is a hard carry of an action skill, and Clawbringer has Cleansing Flames, which is a, you know, bottomless pit of shit. A bottomless shit, if you will. Oh, hey, nice. Storm Dragon Judgment is top 3 action skills, you can't change my mind. Oh yeah, it's the most spammable action skill in the game. It is a ranged melee delivery method. It's got a great formula. And it's got a lot of utility applications. Storm Dragon Judgment is really good. But 20 plus points for Stabo's free boost. You get more in those 20 points, Irish, than Stabo gets in those 20 points, unless you're doing Contagion stuff. Contagion exploit their weakness is like real good, but everything else here is mid as fuck. This class is carried by From the Shadows, the right side of the tree, and melee attack speed. It's these 4 skills, From the Shadows, and haste. Everything else about Stabo is mediocre at best. And that's just the math. Cleansing Flames top 3 worst action skills, change my mind. Can't. It's true. Better than Snare and Downfall? Fair. I'll do Ghostblade Contagion, weighing up Alchemical versus Blood of the Fallen. Thoughts? Blood of the Fallen is better bossing. Well, Blood of the Fallen's better mobbing. I said that backwards. Alchemical is better potential bossing, but you're going to need to juice the shit out of your crit chance to get it as high as possible to make up for the fact that your duration is going to be terrible. But it sounds viable, Viper. Sounds viable. You could do, for bossing, Universal Soldier Ghostblade shenanigans, just stickies while you're... Stickies would help feed into your Contagion as well. I think it's definitely viable, because you could just sit here, like, lightly tapping the trigger on a body rocker, and just wait for Universal Soldier to keep filling your mag. And that could be pretty good for both the damage from the stickies and a lot of instances to start your Contagion chains going. I think a deeper investment to Berserker would be better for Hand Berserker setup. Generally, yes. Okay, remember to do Bark this time. Remember to do Bark. We'll use Rogue Imp on this run, because I want to use a Rogue Imp. Could use White Rider this run too. We got the enchant on the White Rider. Is it a 2 ammo per shot one? I always forget. No, it's a 1 ammo. Awkward. It's not very good. So this is the Rogue Imp. It was nerfed this week, but it's still a really good gun. Like, it's still really fucking good. It did not deserve the nerf. It was not overpowered, just good. But luckily the nerf was small enough that it's still good. same energy as the liquid cooling. If the nerf killed the gun for your build, it wasn't the gun, it was your build being bad. What's the doc for the site where we can see these hidden interactions? I don't know what you mean by that, Platinum Meal. Might have missed your answer on a previous question. So, only the one in your hand, Rohith, unless you use an exploit involving the overworld. I hate the sound from Luke Cyclops. I hate it so much. It actually makes me nauseated. Hellion thing? Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, that. That's the one. Combining Claw Stab and using Stormhammer and melee elemental damage. Yeah, something that could work well, Irish. If you get a good enough crit chance on that hammer throw, it can apply a pretty powerful alchemical dot. And then if that then triggers Contagion, it'll kill a lot of enemies. Now, Frenzied Wrath is not one of my favorite amulet effects, and this isn't even chaotic, but Dark Magic, Graveborn Power, Gun Mag Size, and Gun Reload Speed is all just good together, so I'm taking that. Also, I haven't been hitting this skull, and I need to. Where's the other one? It's like over here, right? It's like up in this area, isn't it? Using From the Shadows reload enchant? Yes. Since the imp reloads a lot, you get good mileage. Yeah, I don't care enough about this skull. It's like 100 crystals, whatever. Did I forget Bark again? This was room 2, right? This one didn't spawn? Okay. Make Cleansing Flames guaranteed crit, please. It needs something. It's just not good. This legendary? Yeah. I don't look at every legendary, Irish. Nor do I have the backpack space to pick everything up.
Used to this. What have
Sparks this one, cool.
we? Straight up the hole. Thought you had me, didn't you?
Just give Cleansing Flames the pixie formula. Don't you ever say those words again.
Blink.
Marshmallow. Ah, yeah, it's right here. You know, intellectually I knew it was here, but I don't know why I'm unintelligent. Do I have a gun suited for this? We'll do it with a Rogan. What's the worst that could happen? Find it weird that Storm Smite scales the ability damage, Clawbringer doesn't boost in any way. Yeah, Pico. It's a bit of an odd one. Like, Spore Ward and Capstone scales with ability, but they also give you tier 2 ability damage. Berserker doesn't give ability, but it does give a good formula otherwise. Like, Berserker gives you global boost and elemental boost and, you know, conditional boost, and Icebreaker being a unique thing, area damage. Berserker gives you a very expansive formula. Claw doesn't give you anything except 8% gun damage. It's the only direct formula increase Claw gives you. Everything else is bonus elements, which, if you played Amara in Borderlands 3, you know that bonus elements without a damage formula don't do anything of value. Why not run Elite? Because I don't feel like it. I don't always do Elite. Sometimes I don't think about it, sometimes I don't feel like it. It's a room-to-room thing. I get more runs in doing non-elite, and I just enjoy the flow of the combat, so. Every room have a chance to have runes, or there's some that don't. Every room has a chance, and the featured room, it will always be the same rooms that do have it, but every room has a chance. Yes. Do really enjoy Endgame in Wonderlands. I sort of wish there was a reason to go back in the world after beating story. I get that. Nostalgic pie. Personally, that's just never been something that I've cared too much about in these games. So it's not something that matters to me, but I do understand your concern. There's a lot of areas that you don't really see more than a couple times, and it does seem like a bit of a waste of at least development time.
Stay out of you.
Man, Rogue Imp really makes this into the rack build, doesn't it? Obelisk rooms don't. Obelisk rooms don't. Thank you. That's an acceptable diamond guard. I'll take that. Where's a show on the Crackmass Cove map that has the end crystals near the coconut tree? 104, just can't find it. I don't know which map you're talking about based on that description, to be honest, Rohit. What does area damage mean exactly? Is it action skills or all area damage? Anything that's... So, you know splash damage? That Black Joe? Splash damage in BL3? That's area damage. So, splash can be anything that they decide it is. Usually means explosives. For example, Dire Sacrifice is area damage. Torg weapons are area damage. Most spells are area damage. Most. First map in this featured run? Oh, I don't know the location on that one. Do not know that one myself. Stormspite area damage? That I don't know. Don't remember off the top of my head. Machina Nova Shield scales like crazy. So this game isn't really set up for item effect builds currently. Remember, that's something that it worked in Borderlands 3 up to Mayhem 2.0. Because enemy health was low enough. We've already gotten very large enemy health increases. Not to the extent of Mayhem 2.0. But we've already gotten large enemy health increases to a point where any item damage-based builds kind of already fell off. L plus ratio with the Chaos 35 cap increase. And there's no sort of Chaos scaling, like Mayhem scaling. Whereas items got multipliers based on your difficulty level to keep up. Though that is something that was introduced post-launch in BO3, worth noting. It's not impossible for them to add it to this game. It's something that kept things like Nova Shield builds relevant, and that's not in place in this game. So Nova Shields are just kind of not anything to really build around beyond maybe Chaos 25-ish. They just kind of fall off hard. Currently, at least. Now you can use them to apply instances of status effects for things like Exploit Their Weakness and Contagion. But for the most part, not really a relevant thing this time around. Wait, how do I have 5? I have an 11 mag right now? Oh, yeah, you did that. Yeah, if I get ammo regen at the right time while shooting this, I can get 5 shots in a Ludite. Oh, that's not okay. That's not okay. Mushroom, why'd you do that? Actually, that worked out great for me. Thank you for doing that. Cat? Cat, I need... I don't actually need my lap right now, it's fine. Chat, you see this cat? Hey Felicia, how you doing? Miss Gloop? Yeah, I don't feel like doing the Maker right now. Irish, I didn't miss Gloop. I decided not to do Gloop. Cat? Cat, I'm gonna be honest. You did this. Maker is a build check? Right, Maker is just a time investment. That's all it is. I never tried Rogue Imp versus Son of Witch, and I felt like attempting. But it's difficult when you can't fucking see him. That's the thing I really don't like about this fight. You cannot ever see what this guy is doing. Like, I didn't see that skull because I can't see anything. He's small, he's very small. Enjoy your lurk, Pascaroni. I appreciate you.
That's the way, you little rock blossom.
It's not bad. Remember, nothing's gonna compare favorably to Torg's stickies, but Rogue Imp having enough damage post-nerf to just kind of, like, brute force this guy, as long as I'm in from the shadows, it's pretty good.
That one in particular.
Nice. Yeah, that feels pretty okay.
Focus on that one.
This fish go to for dot melee, not melee attack, just as percent chance damage. I don't know. I don't actually know. It's a good question. Barrel Maker down teammates? It doesn't even down yourself, Irish, so no. Doesn't even do self damage. Even a real barrel then. Man, she doesn't feel like the play for dot stuff. 11% chance to proc and 125 dot damage. Yeah, that's very low. It's very low. Oh hey, I forgot we picked Bark. Now my Fire Ludite is only chaotic. This would be a bit experimental. Wish I wanted to this fight with more health.
Unleash hell!
It's Bard. His worst is Bard.
More meat for the grinder. Why blame you for trying? Bring that one down.
How was I not far enough away? Okay. I was definitely far enough. Rigged. I'm gonna do the correct attack now, Bark. Oh, that's impact mode.
That one. Trouble.
Oh, I was... That's... I was on a higher elevation, so crouching didn't help. I was, like, up on the wall. Oh, that's silly. It's actually really funny, though.
Aryan coin. I don't kill for free.
Sparks resistance? What do you mean? Keep telling my friend to stop using black hole spells because it pulls in barrels. He wonders why we keep dying. I think Fate is like 20-something. Chance-wise, Swin? Understand the green phase. It seems like he turns green. There's no weak points anymore, so I just die. Yeah, if you hit the weak points 3 times, Jay, it enters that enrage phase where its attack gains a damage over time. The wind-up animation for its attacks shrinks and the weak spot doesn't appear for a time. It's a really good frozen orb. It's a really good frozen orb. Yoink. Chance-wise, Like, why is he so tanky? Because raid boss with big health bar. What does Frozen Orb do? It's a Diablo 2 reference. I suppose it's in Diablo 3 as well, but... Diablo reference. How do you dodge or counter that? You have to kite it, or you have something else tank for you, whether that's the Spore's Mushroom Companion or a counter feint ward will do that as well. Or you just do the intended dodging mechanics for the attacks. Bark's front flip can be either outranged or strafed. Bark's tail swipe, you jump. Bark's claw attack, you crouch. So you just learn which thing counters which attack. Or you just get enough move speed and you run away. Morning, Lil Rob, how you doing? Nobody's screwing about this orb being a ball. Yes, Jack, someone said ball. Yeah, I like Bark because there's direct counters to each of his attacks. Unless you're respawning and he decides to like lay traps for you, then it sucks. But yeah. You realize you can crouch or jump those attacks? Yep, it's the same mechanic that is used in most Wonderlands bosses that they try to teach you with Banshee, and then they get more subtle about it. Almost every boss has a crouchable, jumpable thing. Almost. So Banshee has the crouch and jump thing, and then you have Nightmare, which has crouchable attacks. You have Dragonlord, which has crouchable attacks, or sorry, jumpable attacks. You have Maker, which is both crouch and jump attacks. You have Bark, which is both crouch and jump attacks. Then you have a bunch of other bosses where it's just move in some way. How does your Rogan do so much damage? Mine after Hotfix brought it down to 346 times 2. I have a Primordial one. It's Primordial, so this is among the higher damage rolls you can get. I got this as a drop from Son of Witch this week. -2. You'll have bad parts on yours then. Some items are very, very part dependent. Yeah. There could be a very wide swing in damage. 346 Prime sounds way off. It sounds like you might have gotten the worst possible parts combo. Like Volatile's 437? Yeah. Nova static charge, that's awkward. A lot of blank slates today. He says that he sees 2 more. 3. Why did I get so many blank slates? That's so weird. Huh. Had Mindbore Hotfix. Doesn't change anything. They didn't change the parts that can spawn on the Rogue Imp. Now, in the specific case of the Crossbow Generator, and I think the Donkey as well, they did change the parts that it can spawn. So there are going to be some post-hotfix drops of Crossbow Generator that are better than pre-hotfix. But Rogue Imp itself, they didn't change the parts it can get. They just changed what the parts on it do in terms of damage. So it doesn't matter. Good to know. Love the Rogue Imp, so I'll keep an eye out for higher damage. Mine's only 494 times 2. Yeah, I don't know what max is, personally. I hadn't used the weapon much. I just lucked out and got this as a drop. I only managed to roll the correct enchant on it last night, this morning. It was late. That was last night. I didn't stay up that late. Time is weird. Got a Volatile Crossbow Gen after the hotfix, which is awesome. I just still can't get it to do damage. You gotta lead into the ricochets, and ultimately it's still a parts-dependent thing. We were using one to some good effect today. 421 times 4, which is high damage, considering it's almost a 3 fire rate. Has cross bolts and ricochets, and then its own, ricochet mechanic. It does well. It's a lot of instances of damage, so stuff like Play the Angles and Contagion play well with it, and we're using both of those. Okay. Let's do the Clawbringer thing. Correction, it's volatile, and it's 360 times 2, sorry, misinformation. No, it's fine. It's easy to forget which item is what. Dag, you're fine. You're fine. Let's get on Sith shit. I think I spend those moon orbs on? Probably, but I can't be bothered right now, New Mexico. So yes, I spawned in holding a live wire, don't judge me. But we're doing Twin Soul melee stuff. And also Feral Surge. So I think you guys will enjoy this. I'll have to look into it, not sure what Stabbo Spellshot has that benefited. You got magic bullets from Spellshot, and then from the shadows on Stabbo. Boom, there you go. Top tier gun. Interesting quirk about Feral Surge. So, it looking for a kill for its reset mechanic, it loosely interprets kill. So if you, say, detonate a barrel with a Feral Surge, it resets the cooldown. If you break one of those dice at the end of a room, it resets the cooldown. You could reset Feral Surge off of a lot of shit, actually. If you kill your Skeep, it resets the cooldown. You're on a Skeep amulet.
Magic begins.
Looks for HP bar hitting 0. That's probably what it does, yeah. Or, kind of. It's complicated. But Feral Surge needs better scaling for Chaos. I don't know if it's that, because... like, giving it more damage doesn't help it. Because it's intended as a finishing move, but Lazy talked about this a bunch. It works as an opener that is intended as a finisher. So I think an identity rework would be in order for this. Like, make it so it resets if the enemy is still over 80% HP after the damage or something. Or just massively reduce the cooldown so you could use it as a gap closer. What we're doing in this setup is I'm using, my Twin Soul has an Ancient Hilt, and because I'm stacking so much melee attack speed, I get large chunks of my cooldown back per enemy. So that lets me kind of Feral Surge between a bunch of enemies. But I'm not actually using the kill reset very often here, because it's hard to do. That was a sick Feral Surge. Got 70 in my physics final, gotta love it. Were you expecting lower? Because if so, congratulations, Bubba. Let's kill the Marshmallow spell. I joke it's probably not a thing. Might be, Dex. Thanks for testing. Should just reset cooldown if something hit by Surge dies with the next time of hitting them. That would be a good solution, Aaron Balfour. Yeah. That would be, much more accessible. Because we know there's conditions like that. Inflammation spell, for example, it applies a status effect. That inflammation itself doesn't have to get the kill for the inflammation explosion to happen. It's just something has to die after having recently been damaged by inflammation. So that's the only requirement. So yeah, that could be applied to Feral Surge.
We're having a grand time, aren't we?
But I like how often I'm able to use it in the setup. Oh, you would do that. That was unfortunate timing. Oh, hey, a barrel killed something. Cool.
Was that it?
Gun Livewire? Yes. Feral Surge is awesome as a movement tool. I want to use it now. It's so satisfying when you get the cooldown super short. You can just use it as a gap closer. You can use it as a gap increase tool. Like if you want to nope out of a situation, like let's say this Dragon Lord statue is an enemy that's fucking me up, I could just, well, you know, if that terrain didn't block me. You get the concept. Feral Surge also has a cool enchant that we're using right now. It rolls on spell. You get melee damage and fire rate for a duration. Now that doesn't sound fantastic, but this melee damage is one of the non-conventional melee attributes. It's in a category with this enchantment, so these are additive to each other, but it's still a much bigger overall formula boost than 30% of a normal melee damage type. In a perfect world, I could get this going with Bad Egg over here, but I don't currently have a way of surviving reliably with that. Like, I'd have to stop using a vampire to keep my Bad Egg broken, and then I don't have a lot of survivability right now outside of that, so I'd have to kind of rework the setup, but it's something I'm thinking about. Literally set up and farming for. I'm glad you're liking it, Pico. Melee Hammer Berserker? Yeah. Ship my PC home. Wish of luck on its journey. Best of luck, Bubba. Best of luck. Ton of melee swing speed, just sword slaps. What does Bad Egg do? It gives you movement speed and a dark magic bonus element to your melee damage while it's broken. Both of those things while it's broken. And it also has a third effect of giving you a bonus to melee damage. And this Bad Egg melee bonus is unique in the formula. Nothing else goes in that category. So Bad Egg is the most impactful melee boosting ward. But it requires it to be broken for you to get the effect. And I'm using Vampire Hilt spam here. And Vampire Hilt restores both your health and your ward. So Bad Egg is incompatible with this build. Currently. I would need to use a different weapon. Rulant +5 Iron Squall for satisfying melee speed. This is a setup with +4 to Iron Squall. I have this. We'll go over the gear in a moment. But I currently have, because Butt Stallion buff, 12 points in Iron Squall. Sheesh, as the kids say. mistimed. Oh well. Hey Vorky, how you doing? We'll just do this. Ah, that does ignore elevation. Okay. Useful info. I'll head out and enjoy the chaos. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Enough melee speed and you can health gate pretty easy depending on the enemy. Yeah. Melee speed and vampire. Very good combination.
Kill some more trash first.
Look out! Damn. Fine, too late.
Build using today? We spent most of the stream so far playing the good old flak-like build, but currently this is a melee-ish, you know, Livewire, melee Hammer Zerker that I've been messing around with. Instead of going the more popular routes of using a Banshee or using a Spellblade, I'm using a Twin Soul, and we are tanking through attack speed and Vampire Hilt. And we're using the other hilt on the Twin Soul as Ancient to get our Feral Surge cooldown back. So we can use Feral Surge to zoom around. It's a lot of fun. It's my drill method as well, just jump in the spicy water and heal on him. Vampire Corrupted will keep you up, and if you die, Livewire killing out somewhere. Yeah, that works, Detective. Good. Definitely works. Amp Echo Twin Soul. I always take these. Such a useful combo. Love to see it. Feral Surge Gaming? Yeah, I suppose I should go over the other stuff. I unironically use a liquid cooling when I need to shoot a gun on this build. It is the optimal option, seriously. Because fire rate scales up super well with liquid cooling, and we have a lot of fire rate from this. Also, it benefits from soaked. A lot of instances means that it's good with bonus elements, of which we have the Oath of Fire. Liquid cooling is just great here for shooting. Gluttony is for emergency if we're down and we need to chuck something to death. We got that. But I'm using a Shark's Bane. Gun damage. This is for a gun build. I just slapped it on here. I think Livewire chains are getting the gun damage, so like that's cool. But SMG crit damage is nice. Action skill cooldown does nothing here. And then this is just a decent ability ring I had. Nothing fantastic here. I just wanted ability damage. I don't remember why I wanted ability damage. That ring could probably be replaced really easily. I've got a slip and stun just for the slide speed. Tidebreaker is for soaked for my melee weapon and my live wire and my blast chills. And we've got a claw. It converts my companion damage into frost and makes enemies damaged by my companions take a much bigger chunk of frost damage. It also rolled 4 points in Iron Squall and 1 in Oath of Thunder, so very good for my melee. And it's got good passes. Yo, Scrun, thank you so much. I'll wait for text-to-speech to read that one off. But thank you for the 13 months. Thank you so much. Body spray might be nice with this. Use it on the action skill cooldown though. Yeah, body spray would make tanking a lot better, but I would lose that cooldown. I don't really want to do that. Then we've got an Ancient Deity. Yeah, you don't see this one often.
There you go, Quack.
What gun would you recommend if one was sick of the Livewire and wanted to shoot guns?
You got the White Rider, you got the liquid cooling, you've got black powder shotguns. A lot of people like the Spriggan and the Nightshade, those being the Hyperius and Dahlia SMGs. Crossbow Generator's good now, Rogue Imp is still good, even post-nerf. Queen's Cry is great if you have spell damage in your build. There's a lot of guns. There's a lot of guns. But anyway, yeah, thank you again for the Prime of the 13 months, Scron. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Ancient Deity is being used here. because it's a little bit of extra frost damage, not a unique multiplier or anything, but it also rolls 2 parts. So we got Brimming Adaptive here. Brimming gives us a little bit of healing while the ward's full, which we sometimes achieve while our health isn't. And Adaptive makes us a little tankier. It's just I wanted to try something different here, and Body Rune works. It's just you know, for the sake of using something different, I did want to do Body Rune stuff. I did want to not do Body Rune stuff for a run. Let's put it on and we'll compare in the next run. But yeah, skill tree wise, we skip Ancestral Frost because we have Dragon Aura already. So we get more out of improving Savagery for melee damage. We take Icebreaker because it's a unique multiplier. We take the Old Ways because we are always in range for that. Cold Snap is more Frost efficiency, which helps us get more Icebreaker, and it's also more movement speed. We take 1 point in Blood Frenzy purely for the extension on our Enrage duration. We get enough healing through other means. It's like not a huge deal. Unarmored Defense makes us more bulky in total. 1 point Ancient Fury for area damage should we need it for anything. And to get down the tree. We've got Relentless Rage because you take it. Blast Chill because we're melee. Iron Squall is huge amounts of swing speed. And we go Blood of the Fallen to help us further with our cooldown on Feral Surge. Then over in Clawbringer Tree, we max Oath of Thunder. It affects our melee. We max Oath of Fire because if we need to shoot, that's good. Also, our Livewire Chains do get Oath of Fire. Dragon Aura, elemental damage, and we take Firebolt for a little bit of more gun damage for the Livewire, but mostly for the Wyvern to do that attack. And we take Storm Breath because it's damage reduction and a nice wide AoE for the Wyvern. Does that enchant reward only boost gun crits or all crits? It checks the 2 separately. So it checks if you deal gun damage, you get the first bonus. If you crit, you get the second bonus. You can get both, or you can get one or the other, you can get neither. It's 2 separate things going on. Black Powder Shotgun sound good for Spore, thanks to the ideas. Yeah, the first 2.5 hours of the stream about Scrunt were me using largely Black Powder Shotguns on a Spore Stabo. If you want to go back and check that, or I can circle back around and play that build some more during the stream today if we have some time. But very much enjoy it. Times 21 and times 25 are the ones you want to go for. Times 21 is probably optimal damage, but I don't have a perfect 21, whereas I have a really good 25, so... Red Hellion's a lot of fun. I've heard good things about it. There's something satisfying about a shotgun spamming projectiles like that, you know? Alright, let's see if the Armor Bunny was kind. I'll also put a little bit into the Spell Bunny. Or what do we got? Good skills. Nothing else about that is good, though. The Deathless.
Figure it out!
That got me. Well done. That got me. Deathless with Blood Frenzy and Mortal Vessel. That's such a weird combo. It rolled a max health roll as well. I'm gonna take that for some unarmored defense stuff. Love you, Quamely. No you, Mr. Adblock. Got you too, Drell's Hell? Yeah. Let's do another one. More Feral Surge stuff. I also love the combination of mobility you get from all the move speed and Berserker tree from Cold Snap, and then you get Slip and Stun, Slide Speed, and then you get Feral Surge. So I really feel like I'm just cruising around the battlefield. Jeez, you're moving? Yeah. Not feeling great with being here is helping. I'm glad. I'm glad. About the it helping part, obviously not the first part. Now sometimes when the Wyvern does a lightning breath attack while you're, you know, right on an enemy, it's not helpful to your eyes, but I forgive it. It's just doing its best. See my Barrel Surge cooldown reset there? It's because I hit that barrel. I'll show you guys again. Rebind melee key and you're not even shooting? No, I maybe should. Oh, I missed. Quag aim. Do I have a third? No, I don't. Alright, we gotta wait for Feral Surge cooldown. I'm trying to hit this. Does the ×2 White Rider do more damage than one with a higher damage card? Yes, because you functionally just double the ×2 White Rider. It just ticks twice in one. So, yeah, it works out to be more. More ammo consumed, more frequent reloading, but more damage. Hitting the barrel resets Feral Surge. As does breaking these. So you can use it for movement if you get good at evaluating distance. Thank you for telling me about buff spell dice damage, saw drastic change my DPS, went from 14k shot to 67k shot. Hey, I'm glad it's helping you out. I personally don't love the spell, but I do love min-maxing, so if I can spread some more love on that front, I'm cool with it. Now I'm using it to help grind for more fun things, at least that's my goal. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. And even if you find it fun, Ways of the Silence, like, don't let anyone else harsh your mellow. If you enjoy it, by all means. I just personally, I find it too much of, like, it kind of takes too much pressure off of me, for my personal taste. That's why I shit-talk it so much. And it's just a lot of the entirety of like the builds economy in this game it's more defined by, instead of people asking, hey, what's that item, they'll go, hey, why no Buffmeister? You know, it just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. But at the end of the day, use what you enjoy. What's the worst action skill in the game? The best? I don't like doing the worst best thing, as we went over earlier, Irish. But if you absolutely force me to do it, best being From the Shadows, worst being Cleansing Flames. But worst is still something that is up for debate, as is best. In most situations. That's why I don't like doing it. It is situational and subjective. And sometimes even you remove those, it's still not clear. Doing something similar to this with the Ghost Blade, that's cool.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark, eh?
The knockback from these trolls is very frustrating at times, I must say. Saw your cat, I said hi. He's shitting. He hopped off of my chair to shit. You hear him in the box? Answer to both is Skeep. Skeep is always the answer. Got a times 2 volatile warrior rider, damage card being lower than non-times 2 made me wonder. Yeah, it'll be more damage. You'll just reload more. Cleansing Flame's the best action skill for killing yourself. Yeah, the Icarus, it's a very... Yeah. One good thing about Cleansing Flames, though, is it has that enchant on spell slot you can roll, where it revives and heals allies. So I was actually using Cleansing Flames for a bit in this setup, just as a funny heal. Because if you can get the cooldown super low, then it's a very big heal on a, you know, just a one button click. And it revives allies. So that can be funny with, like if your mushroom is tanking for you and goes down, you could just kind of Cleansing Flames it. And it's funny. I wouldn't consider it particularly useful, but it's definitely interesting. How I feel about Curse Split? I dislike it because it's easy. You see a very, 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 very large number of builds that they'll say, hey, I am a spell shot with a warped paradigm converting spell damage. I'm using a spell blade, I have a cursed wit and a buffmeister, and look at this super cool unique thing I'm doing. It's like, no, you just applied every damage formula increase to the game to something that's mediocre and misrepresented it. Like, I don't like that. I prefer to work harder and show that I'm using actual unique interactions to make a concept work, rather than brute forcing it with the biggest numbers available in the game. People have different definitions of success and, you know, with build making, and I don't consider anything that leans too hard on those sort of things to be successful. That's just a personal definition, though. And I'm sure at least a couple people in the chat feel called out by that very specific list of items. It's just the way it is. Seen so many Chaos 35 claws this past week on Reddit. I think we're all running Spellblade with Spell Shot. Yep. Took Curse Wit off my Hammer Berserker because it talks. I swear that thing needs subtitles too. What can you do? Hey Carter, how you doing? I was trying to make my Thunder Anima work last night without Soak, didn't really work. Stomp by Drill. Oh yeah. Use them when I'm struggling on a raid boss or something, they get boring. Yeah. Misplaying, man. I need this hand to heal faster. Yeah, I'm sorry you're having to deal with that Vorky. I hope it recovers soon. You heal yourself or only allies? Both. Both. Been kicking around a build with the Pandemicium Poison Armor for fun. Question is, can it be made viable or just not very good? So a cool thing you can do with that, Shag, is the Pandemicium is good at hitting multiple enemies, and the fact that it does little damage is less relevant than the fact that it does an amount of damage in an AoE. So it gets bonus elements like Body Rune, like Enrage, and all that kind of stuff. So it's good at applying multiple instances of damage, and if you're playing a Stabomancer and you have the Contagion skill, Contagion can do a lot of damage if you invest into status effect damage, and if you're doing a lot of individual ticks of damage, which is a lot of chances to apply status effects. So you can use a Pandemicium and Contagion together, and if you hit a bunch of enemies in a group, sometimes you'll just see a bunch of dot numbers bounce between them, and they'll just die. You can use it for that. Is Moxie's build OP? You're gonna have to be way more specific there, friend. I don't keep track of other people's builds like that. I don't know what build you mean, and like fucking probably, I don't know. Doing good. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm getting way too old. Yo, here's to getting old, Carter. Happy almost birthday. I'll tell you again tomorrow. Damn it. I didn't move fast enough. It's okay. Yeah, Ancient Deity works better here than Body Room. I'll switch back, I think.
No shame in looking
That's cool.
for the best.
That's kind of a cool little loop you can do. Slide away for Slip and Stun, and then Feral Surge back in to, you know, be in range again. That's neat. Smart Armor still broke? Yes. As long as you re-equip it after every map transfer, every loading screen, it'll work. But yeah, still has the bug. Also, the Smart Armor effect just isn't very good, to be honest. To be a build doc for this game? Eventually, Bubba. It'll take a long time, and remember that build docs in the way that people are most familiar with them did not exist until about 9 months into Borderlands 3. We are 1 month into Wonderlands. Give it some time. Corrupted Plate Mail. It's trying. Amalgam. It's also trying. Not very hard, though. Thick dogs. Build docs will be, probably pretty beady. Dogs just a bunch of bonuses, with not order. So, Amalgam will pull one bonus per category, and it'll pull 5 of the 6 stat categories on armors. Basically, the way armor stats work is there's 6 clusters. You can't get more than 1 per cluster, and Amalgam pulls 5 of the 6 categories. So Amalgam is actually one of the most forgiving to farm for good passives on, because you'll always get 5 of the 6 categories. So you have very good chances of getting good passives, because there's just more. Whereas other armors are pulling, 3 of the 6, Amalgam pulls 5. Amalgams are good alternatives to purples? Yeah. Yeah, think of it as like a souped up purple. Is the amulet that gives more health from dark magic if full health actually worth using, or is it not as good as it seems? It can be nice, Ways of the Silence, but ultimately it doesn't give a huge amount of health, to the point where I wouldn't really recommend it for much personally, except for maybe if you want to squeeze a little more damage out of Dire Sacrifice. It's good for that. But that amount of health won't really truly be impactful. It's just something nice to have if you happen to be using dark magic in your setup and you get one with good passives. Ultimately, though, I would go for other amulets first. Is Awe better melee, or is Exploit their weakness? So Awe is a good crit damage mult, and it's an amount of crit chance, so, it's something. But Exploit their weakness is a debuff that applies to everything, so I'd honestly say Exploit their weakness would win there. What if it was a Berserker and Greyborn setup? Berserker, Greyborn, Dire Sacrifice, Bloodbag can get some good value, yeah. Get some good value there. But here, if you guys want to see the skill tree I'm working with, it's right there. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Does Bloodbag and Deathless interact? So in theory, yes. In practice, no. And what I mean by that is Bloodbag only will stack up if you're at full health. Deathless prevents you from ever being at full health. Bunnies regurgitating only good melee rings and all class mods have the word spell shot in them. Game's fucked with me. Oh no. Do I have anything to spend Moon Orbs on? Probably. Do I feel like doing it? No.
Choose, Fate Maker.
What does Lightning Bolt TDR scale off, if anything? Area damage, gun damage, elemental damage. That's what Lightning Furiors get. They don't get anything funky like Pixies or Hydras. Thank you, you're very welcome. I'm trying to Feral Surge you, which is why I stopped swinging. I don't know why I want to Feral Surge that one, I just felt like it. Biggest thing I found to be really fun is getting Berserker with the biggest ward you can get, and get it a couple dungeons to get more ward buffs, get an insane amount of HP from wards. Yeah, it's very satisfying, for sure. Is a Diamond Sword good? Diamond Guard Sword? Yeah, it can be. Certain kinds of dot builds like it a lot. It's also one of the few melee weapons that kind of gives you a passive thing for having it, without you necessarily needing to use it. Diamond Guard Sword, Spellblade, Goblin's Bane are some of the melee weapons that will apply to more than just your actual physical melee weapon. So it can be useful for some various things. The trade-off with Diamond Guard Sword, you have two trade-offs. One, it's non-elemental, and two, it can't roll a hilt modifier other than its unique one. Alright, that was some cool movement. That was fucking cool. Oh, that was so satisfying. That felt good. Any skills in Claw's Tree that aren't worth the points? Radiance, Dedication, Blasphemous Favor are all bad. Blasphemous Favor can have some edge utility case, but Radiance and Dedication are skips in 99.9% of builds. Everything else has a use case. Primordial Buffmeister, you can suck my dick, game. Even Bonk Ka-Chow, it's like actually really good for this setup if I was into this item. But I'm not. Bye-bye. You start my next playthrough, help me pick between Berserker, Stabbo, Spell Shot, that's all I have left. Do Berserker. Feral Surge? Yeah, Jeff, it's so much fun.
Ready or not. Finally, that cooldown took ages.
Using Twin Soul? Yes. Twin Soul with, Vampire and Ancient. Take it if you don't want it. And I would pick that up and store it until after Judgment Day. Don't care enough about it. And honestly, I know I have at least a couple hate watchers who only watch me and then they absolutely fume over my opinions on the Buffmeister. So I like fucking with them. Petty? Yes. Enjoyable? Absolutely.
Let the magic begin.
Murder Mouse die this week? Probably not. I don't know. Hopefully. Copium. So good, but also so boring. Exactly the problem. Once I recently started using my stab grade, I just felt like I needed the speed and damage. You don't, though. You don't. And all it serves in that case, Irish, is convincing you, slowly, it's an insidious thing, convincing you slowly that it's the way you get damage. It's not. Think about how people treated the liquid cooling. So for about the first 2 days of the game, popular sentiment was that legendaries as a whole were trash and you needed to use ×4 cryo SMGs to clear content efficiently in gun builds. That was general public opinion. And in those 2 days, you had a couple people who were using liquid cooling and who were like, hey, try this gun out. And then it really got popular. And then when liquid cooling got the hammer, people went back to being convinced, hey, nothing is good, you need to buff everything now. Like, wait, hang on. But you didn't even believe in this. Did you not learn a lesson from this? And ultimately, the lesson to be learned there is that if something is the easy way out for damage, like, if you can just slap something on a build and have it do the work for you without having a fully realized or put together setup, maybe that item is replacing a build rather than enhancing it, and maybe having items that provide build replacements rather than enhancements suppresses people's desire to actually build in this build-centric game. And those kinds of things are how we end up with people saying things like, oh, you need to buff all legendaries, there's no build diversity at Chaos 35. It's like, no, you just never learned how to build. Not entirely your own fault, because you use, you know, those things.
Spell, yeah.
Not one of those haters, but I do love to inform you. Doesn't need a nerf, what would you do with it? I would divide it into 6 items. Sounds extreme, but think about it. The number of things that item alone does, it is the only spell that gives spell damage. It is the only spell that gives ability damage, the only spell that gives melee damage, the only spell that gives movement speed, the only spell that gives fire rate and reload speed. It is the only spell that provides you a bonus element.
That one's mine.
And it does all of these things All of them. There are only 2 ways to get a poison bonus element in this game. One of them is Spell Shot Imbued Weapon, and that requires you to have a poison spell equipped and be shooting a gun. And the other way is Buffmeister. It provides enough things that nothing else in the game does that it could safely be divided up into like 6 or 7 different spells. And then it would feel a lot less press button to win and more picking the right tool for the right situation. I guess we can actually deal with the goldfish on this setup, huh? Think so can only roll 1 buff each time. Even if you did that, Irish, it still does too much. So, remove the words from Buffmeister in this hypothetical. I'm not saying that's what I would want done, but let's say hypothetically you make it so it can't roll Zap, Bonk, Pew, Kachow, none of those. A Buffmeister at base, without any of those words, still gives you the bonus element and still gives you the movement speed. Now, if you introduce the words, then, you know, each of those does multiple things. So, like, every Buffmeister gives the bonus element and movement speed. Cat, do not jump on my fucking desk. I'm not going to give you the attention you want. I'm going to be annoyed with you. You're making eye contact with me, so I know you're listening. You can have lap, you can't have desk. Do you choose lap? You're looking at the desk. Okay, he put his paw up and moved my hand onto his head. Yes, I'll pet you.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey Nola, how you doing? Kind of waited on my build to be in a spot where I'm satisfied before I implement Curse Wit and Buffmeister for more min-max. It's not more min-max though, Fusion Rogue. You're not min-maxing at all. You are slapping the most overpowered thing possible that serves as a build replacement. You're not building at that point. You are slapping big number on. It's not a build. Any sense of accomplishment I get from making builds is completely undermined by using things like that. Because guess what? Anything can. Hey Vegeta, welcome back. Good to see you.
Your scales are positively glowing. Unleash hell.
Like, I could be using a Cursed Wit here right now. And I could modify my setup around it, but ultimately the setup becomes less interesting for it. Because it's no longer my item interactions doing anything, it's Cursed Wit being a big number. Cat. But fully volatile and primordial Buffmeister control, that doesn't change anything. What would that change? The item is still there. Like, that's a change for the sake of change rather than a change meant to do anything. That's changing literally nothing. And we already established that you could strip away that item to one of its, you know, half a dozen functionalities and it's still overtuned. Currently using my foot to hold this cat from jumping onto my desk. And at some point, I need to get him food after this run. He only does this when he's hungry. But I fed him last night, so clearly he just overate. It's funny, feels satisfying. See, this kind of thing is cool. Now, of course, the inevitable question of, couldn't you use Buffmeister to make this build better? Yes, but it immediately becomes less interesting. Immediately less interesting. Volatile White Rider, not ×2, Sag. Bad Egg could be interesting with changes. Yeah, I could rework my setup a bit to build around Bad Egg, which could be fun. Bad Egg does unique things. It's not big number, it's unique behavior. Is that companion coming from your class? Yes, I'm a Clawbringer, so that's why I have a Wyvern. Give me 1 second. Fucking cat. So, yeah, there was food in there, it's just he could see the bottom, so he really needed me to go top it off. Now both of them are over there pigging out. Cats. Would also betray the chaos tier system loot, and you'd get complaints about items being locked behind difficulty. Oh yeah, people hated that there were Mayhem 4 and 6 exclusives in Borderlands 3. People hated it. Despite those same people saying, hey, Pearlescent should come back. Some of those being OP level locked, but okay. It's like that old video of a semi-truck getting pulled out of a snowdrift. Yeah, pickup truck would have done better. Me needs directs, yeah. Basically, I want is to feel good clearing content without them. Just want to use them at some point, see what big number does. I'm already doing well. Yeah, I suppose I care more about builds being unique and interesting than I care about big number beyond what you need to do to clear the stuff. And this is coming from someone who has min-maxed one-shots. Remember, I made the hardest hitting flak build that exists. That was me. I like big number sometimes too, but I prefer build integrity more. Ultimate solution, Pearlescent. I still think that to appease those people, just make Pearlescent one of the Chaos tier rarities. People will lose their mind. They'll love it.
Come on, have some fun.
Just, if they do one after Ascended, make it Pearlescent. There you go. Easy goodwill. You have an elemental tank build? What is an elemental tank? What does that mean? Elemental thank you for testing. Why are you the way that you are? Instead of the text being blue, like with Chaotic, make it rainbow. Actually, that solution for Pearl Essence is pretty valid. She's the best 2 Lunar Gearbox. It'd be super easy. Auto pick up orbs, please. Using dots and elemental guns for damage will be very hard to kill. Irish, you just described every single build in these games that exist. Every build uses elemental damage because guess what? It's not a special thing. It's a core mechanic. You use the correct element on the correct target, damage bonus. You use the stat elemental damage to increase the element damage, you know, like, and everything that deals elemental damage can leave a dot. And every build wants to survive for a decent amount of time. Enough to do their damage. You just described every single build. There's some build archetypes that don't really work in these games because it describes everything. In Lands games, every build is one that uses elemental damage and wants to not die. Now, some of those builds go about not dying by killing rather than healing, but it doesn't change the fact that you just described every build. Barely an inconvenience. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Barely. All except for glass cannons, but you'll find me on the floor dying, smiling spicy water killed me in 3 takes. Even on the tanky builds that happens, so I'm like... Although spicy water is less of a problem after the change they made to it. But it doesn't change the fact that, say, on my my Stabos 4, because I have so much dot damage and duration, if I ever put a dot on myself, I'm dead. Not survivable. And that's just a product of how games work when player health is in the tens of thousands and player damage is in the hundreds of thousands to millions. In Borderlands 3, player damage could get up to the trillions. But in practicality, you know, most builds were hitting in the millions to billions range. But we still had about 50,000 health. So, like... If you're trying to lean into the concept of being tanky in this game, I suppose a thing you could do is you could run Graveborn, take the Sanguine Sacrament skill, and then you have the strongest heal in the game that's cooldown is only limited by, can you cast a spell every 2 seconds? Literally 2 seconds. Because it's a 15% heal per second for 2 seconds, and it has no cooldown. It just, if you can cast a spell, you can get the effect again. So you can just do that. Or you can run a bunch of ward capacity with a Deathless and a Harbinger. A lot of people like that for tanking. But ultimately, using elemental damage, every build does it. Every character, every build. Unless your gun is specifically non-Ellie, like the black powder guns I've been using, that don't roll elemental, yeah, sure, you don't lean as much to Ellie damage. Except you do, because I'm using Corrupted Plate Mail and Body Ruin, so I still boost Ellie damage. It's just a thing. So much health must be a Berserker thing. Yes. I have, 1 point Ancient Fury. I have Unarmored Defense that's converting my ward capacity. That's doing most of it. This alone becomes the biggest health boost in the entire game. This skill. So, if you get a ward with a high capacity and use Unarmored Defense, it converts half of that capacity at a 1-to-3 ratio. L plus ratio. So it's for that reason, actually, that, interestingly, on Graveborn, if you're building around the Dire Sacrifice action skill, which is the game's only thing that determines its damage by your HP, Berserker provides a better formula to that action skill than even a spell shot with a paradigm does. Because of the massive HP boost from unarmored defense. And I found that pretty neat. There's not a lot of things you can say a class does better than spell shot, but Dire Sacrifice is one where Berserker beats it out.
Hope you finished your bucket list.
Makes Trusted Magic Curse a really nice buff. Yeah, because Berserker's unarmored defense will block the health reservation effect of Trusted Magic, but you still get the ward increase. So your health doesn't change, but you get double the ward. And remember, your ward is being converted at a 1-to-3 ratio into HP, so you just get a massive amount of HP and no downside. Well, you get HP and wards. It's really nice. I don't know why I've suddenly started running into that in every run. It's funny when it knocks down enemies, so I'm okay with it. Actually, I haven't seen any Quaggraphs or Wonderlands on screen yet. A couple times we've shown the drop rates graph made by 10 FPS. You see a lot of complaints about drop rates in Wonderlands, because people are under the impression that they're worse in Borderlands 3, because they always minimize the problem in Borderlands 3. But drop rates in this game are better. With 40,000 loot luck, you can assume about 18% drop rates on dedicated farms. 18%. You know what most dedicated farms in Borderlands 3 worked out to? 10%. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, 18 is a bigger number than 10.
Ooh, got a bit of healing juice here.
Is Radiance just too low impact to take for boosting unarmored? Yeah, it's very low value per point. 6%. Unarmored defense makes it a lot more attractive, but ultimately, why would I take that when I could take damage? Like, if you have Radiance available and unarmored is available in the discussion, okay, that means you have Berserker damage skills you could take instead of that. And you have Clawbringer damage skills you could take instead of that. And Radiance also, if you were to take Dedication, which is also a bad skill, Radiance makes it harder for you to get good uptime out of Dedication, because a larger total ward means you have more increments where you're at a lower percentage, so you have less cooldown. It's easier to stay at 100% of 2 than it is to stay at 100% of 3. To put it in simple terms. Forgot that 18 smaller than 10? Shit, that's my bad. I'll get better. Using a spell shot Sabo right now because I got a Buffmeister Dispel and Gun. Nice, that's strong. Very strong. Gotta ask, I know people play a lot, but how the heck do people have multiple C35 characters? By playing a lot. It only takes like an afternoon to get to 35. And I play every day. So.
She's just a girl.
Yo, boom.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hi Quaddy, YWU thwunking TWA Gobwins UWU? Bawonk TWE Opwessers UWU Quag Hype.
Yes. Thank you for the 19 months with the streak, Boom. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hey Cybele, how are you? UWU.
Spy on you, villain. Bring that one down.
Very clean son of a witch so far. He's behaving wonderfully. Hey Ferric, how you doing?
Burn something down.
Roll already.
Just calling out the target benefit this build anyway. I've seen you do it a few times. It's strictly so I can see, Foster. Visibility is bad in this fight, and I have bad eyes. So, like, it's just so I could see. Only reason. It's worth noting that ping does make your companions, your class feat companions, the Wyvern, the Demi-Lich, and the Mushroom, it does make them prioritize that target. But most of this is single target, so the Wyvern's already doing that. I'm just doing it so I can see. Hungover old friends in the cities who went for one beer and stayed in pubs until 6 a.m. One beer, huh? Must have been a big beer. Just launched builds on Vault Hunter Hub. Nice. How are you? Doing okay. Doing okay. Have to check that out. I eagerly await the No Buffmeister section. I still maintain that build's environment right now is too much of an unbalanced hellscape to do a resource on. So I'm still waiting on publishing my own stuff. But hey, more resources is always a good thing for people. See, I keep getting decent Diamond Gauntlets, but I wanted to do a melee Diamond Gauntlets thing. Enemy knockback is too strong. You just constantly lose your bonus. Press R to reload. Sorry. That's probably really annoying. Wish Smart Armor wasn't bugged. Same with Deathless. What's wrong with Deathless? I know about the Smart Armor bug. Then Borderlands 1 for Wonderlands, wait till you got Big Brain start to make builds. Ah, yeah, so on Vault Hunter Hub, not Fate Maker Hub. Right. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. A couple times this week I've gotten the Borderlands 3 itch, but I just can't bring myself to boot any game that isn't Wonderlands yet. Plate mail. Plate mails are always nice to find. Not good skills on this one, though. Sad about it. Yeah, people really did get used to the build docs, which is great. I'm very happy about that, and I was always very prideful of how well we, as the build doc team, maintained the whole thing. But that made it easy for a lot of people to forget that that shit took time and went through a lot of iterations. Build docs started out as an Imgur document, then it was a Steam forums thing, then it became Google Docs, and even when it first became Google Docs, most of the people maintaining are not the people who ended up maintaining it for the majority of their lives, of the docs' lives. It went through a lot of iterations. I have money. I could buy SDUs.
Choose, Fate Maker.
But instead, we'll do this. Absolutely love the build doc. Used regularly Borderlands 3. Super appreciated. I'm very glad. Very glad. Doc team stuff was a lot of fun. I don't know how about with Brock and make Wonderlands doc subpages and Hub 2, but in current state, changes happen weekly, be a lot of extra work. Right, like, they changed the gun damage formula week 2 of the game. Like, the gun damage formula changed. And most skill bonuses changed. They've been changing classes every week. weapon tuning has been changing very frequently, and there's a lot of outstanding bugs and overpowered things that we've gotten a lot of radio silence on. So it's just not at a point where anything put out would have any longevity. But not Deathless. Curse Wit. Curse Wit with Spell Shot Shield removes your skills. Bugs, doesn't keep damage, rolls curse when you transfer between areas. Good. Good. Explanation on the build doc and watching Unilazy helped me so much to make a build in Wonderlands myself to climb 235. Me and sure Spell Shot managed to like mages. Hey, like what you like, Silo. And honestly, Spell Shot is pretty fun. I wish it was a little less ridiculous in tuning so I didn't feel dirty like I was cheating while I was using it. Because Spell Shot doesn't need gear or even good skill tree investment to just be better. It's just better on a ridiculous level. But Ambihextrous is such a cool idea, and I love it to death. Like, it's amazing. Polymorph is also super cool, and a lot of Spell Shot skills are designed in ways that really make me appreciate them. Like, I think Imbued Weapon is super cool. It's just, there's so much going on with that class that I just... It doesn't feel interesting. Like, you do not have to put together pieces of a puzzle to succeed on Spell Shot. And I get my enjoyment out of these games by having to assemble said puzzle. If I'm using Spell Shot with 2 spells, the second one count as using an ability still? No, Crowforged. You get absolutely nothing having anything to do with action skills with using Ambihextrous. That's the trade-off. So, nothing you're doing counts as an action skill, whether it's on cooldown, active, none of it, nothing. Action skill enchantments do nothing for you anymore. Wagon puzzles, listen, that's toxic. I'm being roasted for my, call it not great puzzle game skills. Figuring out the format to how's the Wonderlands builds be tricky too, not as clean cut as BL3 having 4 separate Vault Hunters. Right, like there's a lot of permutations of classes with more yet to come. Where's a good place to go to find new builds? Here. What kind of build are you trying to make for Winter? In terms of, like, text resources like the build stocks, there's nothing like that out there right now. At least nothing reliable. There's channels of, you know, content creators, on both the YouTube and Twitch side. And it all depends on what you're willing to use and what you want to have fun with. So, an unfortunate reality of YouTube content right now is most of it gravitates towards exploits and the low effort items such as Buffmeister and Cursed Wit. If you want a little more interesting things on the YouTube side, check out Lazy Data. I'm sure you know him already, but he does good content in that regard. And also, there's a lot of live content people who make interesting things. You know, not to self-promo in my own channel, but I do lots of builds, lazy streams as well. Vanderforge does some cool Berserker Clawbringer stuff. It's an underutilized combo. There's lots of people to choose from, really. Finished Greatborn, I'm doing Spell Shot now. Just got to level 40 last night. Well, fortunately with Spell Shot, you can do pretty much anything. Spell Shot is the, hey, I do everything better than everyone else class. So, really, the sky's the limit for what you can do. Action skill enchantment's not viable anymore. They're great. It's just, you do not get access to them at all if you're using Ambihextrous. And, otherwise you need to be cycling the appropriate kind of action skill. So, for action skill active, you need to have an action skill that actually has a duration. So such as Blizzard, or leaving your hammer out with Storm Dragon's Judgment, or using From the Shadows. For action skill end, you're going to want an action skill that you can cycle very quickly. Like I'm using Pharaoh Surge frequently enough right now that I could use that. Spell Shot is Moze with a pointy hat. Pretty much. Spell Shot is Iron Bear. Still suck at Chaos 26. Hope it gets 35 my pet elemental build. Pet builds require a little more investment. That's something I would like to see maybe a little bit of tuning. Not directly to something like the Wyvern, because the Wyvern is already good, but the things associated with it would maybe get a little bit better. I don't like the sinking feeling that I get when I think about how they consider Pixies an acceptable band-aid for companion issues. It seems likely, and I don't like that. I do not want this game to be a band-aid game. Meaning things like Zane C and Dead class mod replacing early balance for the character. Things like Guardian Angel to serve as a global buff to items that would not get their own tuning. You know, I don't want things like that. This game can do so much better. It has the opportunity, it has the tools. Oh, that was a dot. Let's see them make rings work more like Diablo rings, like the rings that can turn Witch Doctors, Gargantuan, which is 2 classes, or things like that. I feel like they intentionally tried to stay away from class-specific items for the most part, to make gearing a little less unfriendly. But there's the occasional exception, right? Like the claw armor, for example, the armor I'm using right now. This armor will always roll a primary as one of the 3 pet classes, because it's a pet-specific effect, so it is tailored towards certain classes more than others. They could do things like that, but in terms of zeroing it down to like one specific class, I don't know if they can or want to. Saw it coming with how they handled BL3 though. They've been fearful of non-action skill companions being too strong. Furiars are ineffective if heavy-end compromise, it seems. It's not a compromise at all though. Like, what is it a compromise with? Compromise implies that it is satisfying multiple parties, but it's not.
I feel magical. Enemy in my sight.
Good cycle. How'd you make the Wyvern do damage? Just curious, I'm trying a lot. So the Wyvern, you can use a claw armor to convert it to whatever element you want. And converting it to, say, frost or lightning damage lets it benefit more from the soaked debuff, so that is an option. Boosting your investment in Clawbringer power and the Friend to Flame skill does a lot, getting companion damage bonuses on gear wherever possible. Your companions do get your elemental damage bonuses, and they do get your global bonus elements. So, wearing something like a body rune and stacking some elemental damage in general helps a lot.
Time's up.
Compromise between the player base's desire for strong companion builds and Gearbox's desire to not have perm pets be too powerful. Furious kind of get around both issues on paper, even if they don't in practice. So they do it, except for the part where they don't, is what your entire argument is. I don't quite get how that is acceptable. It's an extra projectile triple ice spike. Yes. Sip, I wish I could try time. I'm out of coffee. I'm hoping for Primordial Twin Souls. I don't think I've gotten one yet. I've gotten a Primordial Spellblade and a Primordial Pan. I think those are the only primordial melee weapons I've seen so far. How does a melee build take down Banshee? Doesn't she have that really nice aura? She does, Shag. It makes it very difficult. Basically, with Banshee on a melee build, you have to either accept that you're going to have to do non-melee things, or you need to do so much damage that you kill her before she kills you. Which is, like, one-shot type territory. Like, you can, in theory, if you get lucky enough to get a Blast Chill very early in your Dreadwind, you could use that against her. It might be possible to get enough healing and tank to outlast and make sure you get enough hits in. But, yeah, melee on Banshee is very miserable. What is this here? It's a Twin Soul, but... Archmage Imp. No, thank you. Okay. Let's go back to the other build. I want to play the gun build a little bit more. Been feeding the fucking armor bunny since the DLC came out. I don't have a single new armor with Spellshot main. Oof. Armor farm can be... yeah. People actually get their armors with their classes on it. Or use Ghostblade, these still need to have Stabo for it. Right. And I don't... in terms of stuff I like using Stabo for, melee's not it. Because you can just do more interesting melee. That's just pure preference, though. It's not that Stabo melee is too good or anything. It's just... I like Stabo for the dot stuff and from the shadows. And if I'm going to do melee, I want it to feel more melee-y. Just because I'm weird.
Think you can make it?
Possible to build around certain weapons? Yes. This build was literally came into being from me building around this weapon. A lot of builds build around Torg stickies. And the reason why you get a lot of people who assume that weapons in this game are bad, the unique weapons in particular are bad, is because they don't build around the weapons. They make a build and then slap weapon on it, and weapon doesn't perform, and they label weapon bad. Like... yeah, you build around weapons in this game, not vice versa. Good example. I'm sure there's people running around spreading the fallacy that the Rogue Imp died to its nerf, but like maybe build around the Rogue Imp and it'll still perform, because Rogue Imp's still slapping for me right now on the screen in front of you. It's because I'm playing a setup that benefits a lot from dots. Rogue Imp applies dots. I have extra reload speed on my gear. Rogue Imp reloads often. I have an enchantment that gives me incentive to reload my gun often, because it gives me more duration on my action skill when I do that. And I have Corrupted Plate Mail providing me a partial elemental conversion, getting around the fact that this thing is fire locked. Build around the item. Game's only playable with
Captain. Was it worth it?
Got a Primordial Kettle Drum. 392 times 21 feels great. Let's go, Rolls. That's awesome.
I choose you!
That's awesome. It's a good find. Can't wait for the wave of people who complain and quit the game when Pixies get nerfed or Double Knot gets refixed. I'm kind of ready for it, Jay. Like, I am eagerly awaiting. But something, this also applies to Buffmeister, but something that I brought up in the first couple days of the game is that the longer they take to rein in certain overperforming things, the more people get attached. And the more people get attached, the more angry and toxic they'll get when their favorite toy gets adjusted. Even if that item is still viable, or that item or interaction, what people care about is that it was changed. And I'll prove it to you. Those of you who played Borderlands 3, you might remember, somewhat recently, like within the last year, they changed Remnant. Amara's Remnant skill. And before people saw it in gameplay, tested at all, people were absolutely raging on all parts of the internet saying, oh, Nerf Apocalypse, Remnant got gutted. Guess what they did to Remnant in that update? They buffed it from ×7 Mayhem scaling to ×31 Mayhem scaling. Over a 4 times buff, and people still cried about nerfs. This anti-nerf shit you hear people spew all the time, it's bad faith talking points. At no point is there any amount of anything that these people would accept if it involves any sort of adjustment. Can't please everyone, and some people are determined to be unpleasable. There's things to criticize and things to accurately keep your eye on, but there's always going to be people who are in it for the complaints rather than for the substance of their complaints, if that makes sense. Like, there's shit we should keep an eye on. And there's shit that does need to be buffed, but there's some shit that needs to be nerfed too, for the health of the game. Otherwise, the game will start to be balanced around those items, and that's how you end up with the unbalanced hellscape that no one talks about, known as Borderlands 2's endgame. The most diehard Borderlands 2 players, guess what? None of them play the endgame. None. Nobody goes out and farms OP10 Vora. It's not a thing that's done, because the game was left unbalanced for so long that they designed the endgame around the most overperforming shit, and guess what? Nothing else worked at that point. Balance is important. Wasn't in BL2 the less than 8% of players actually fought the invincible bosses? I don't know the figures. I don't want to claim that I know the figures because then I'm not spreading accurate info. But it's extremely uncommon for anyone to actually play the endgame content in that game. So more scrutiny on balance is a good thing. And nerfs are a healthy part of that. Of course, there's the occasional poorly targeted nerf, such as the Rogue Imp. It didn't need to be nerfed, but it was. But, once again, I'm using it on screen in front of you right now, and it's still very, very good. What's going on, guys? It's your boy, so-and-so here. Back here with another Wonderlands build video. Which YouTuber is this supposed to be? They all sound like this. And I'm calling it the motherfucker build. We're using Spell Shot and whatever with a Warp Paradigm, Spellblade, Buffmeister, Tidebreaker, Thurge. For weapons, check it out. We're using Cryo Fear Knots. That's right, guys. Check out this crazy interaction with Pixies. It sounds like every YouTuber ever.
Out of spell slots. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Ruby's Fight, Pookie's Shoe Toy. Yeah, those are nerfs that I would say were poorly targeted. Watching Lazy test the Rogan Bap the hotfix is so sad. It's because he loves that gun. Lazy really likes that gun and was having a lot of fun with it pre-change. Now, I didn't use it much pre-change, and I'm using it post-change, and now I'm coming to like it, because I finally got a good one. But it's still good. Want the fixed shots to break on the item cards? Yeah, Dynaxis. I would love to know how many times I can actually shoot this thing. it'd be real nice. Some things make no sense, not complaining, but Gluttony. Yeah, like, why was Gluttony buff Ruby's fight nerf? Like, it doesn't make a lick of sense. Nerfing Rogue Imp, but leaving Pixies and Buffmeister alone. Why? There's, of course, confusing changes, but I am choosing to, in the short term at least, remain as receptive as I possibly can, because we do not know what their content or balancing plans in the future are. So we don't know what's structured around an incoming item, an incoming buff, etc., etc. It's important to acknowledge that you know that you don't know in all things. Pixies are balanced. I mean, if you think killing raid bosses in under a second by hitting your reload button a single time and waiting for the game to play itself for you is balanced, sure. But if you don't think that, then they're not. AKA the what you see is all there is fallacy. Yeah, well put, Storm Shadow. $50 million DPS by pressing R is balanced. 100%, yeah. Just trying to play Reload Simulator. The crazy thing about it, is that some reload type builds can be very enjoyable. I did a reload effect spam build as the last playthrough I did on stream Borderlands 3. We did it on Moe's, and it was a really good time. But I was using effects that required me to actually, you know, like, engage with the game. Like, I had to I was using a gargoyle, right? So I had to learn the trajectory of my projectiles. I had to figure out which boosts applied to said projectiles. I had to figure out when it was wise to switch to a different gun. Like, and ultimately, I was still taking an active role in my gameplay. Throwing lightning bolts in this game is the most active Furior stuff you get, because they don't aim themselves, except for the chains, which require you to hit something first. And you're still rewarded for precision, like they get crit spot multipliers and whatnot. You still have an active role. So I like throwing lightning bolts. But something like a Pixie, no, I spawn it and then it plays for me. That's it. That's not interesting. Still stuck with the 2-charge Twister, my best spell. Any advice on a better spell? If you can get an Arcane Bolt inspired by green, that's a good unique to go for. A good non-unique, look for Triple Ice Spikes. It's one of the many varieties of Ice Spike spells. The Triple Ice Spike has got multiple charges, it's got a short cooldown, and extremely high damage. And it's also one of those things I mentioned that can benefit from hitting crit spots. So you can use it very precisely. It's very powerful. Never press R, no wonder I don't do any damage. Where crits is easy to get in BL3, it seems like now actually shooting the head isn't a requirement for crits anymore, is it just me? So they reworked the entire crit system in this game, Hoventude. We have crit chance in this game, whereas crit chance was not a mechanic in previous games. So, like, you have a global base crit chance. Anything you do, as long as it's allowed to crit, there's a few things that the game specifically says, no, you can't crit. But almost everything in this game has this base 5% chance, and then you can get crit chance increases from various sources. Now, guns and certain other things that can interact with weak spots can bypass this chance mechanic entirely by hitting the weak spot of the associated enemy. So it'll be the head for humanoid enemies, it'll be eyeballs for other things, etc., etc. But you do have the option to bypass weak spots entirely with things that can do so. Otherwise, to bypass crit chance entirely. But anything can luck into a crit. If you guys a real summoner build, that'd be great. Yeah, it would be great, but currently we're in a situation where a spell shot buffing pixies is more summoner than the summoner class, Graveborn, which is literally labeled as a summoner. The actual pets are worse than the throwable guns that play the game for you. And the pet classes are worse at being a pet class than the spell class. This is why balance is important, because it just starts eroding the identities of all of the things in this game that is based on creativity. This game is so much based on creativity. It is a fantasy world, game world, of a fantasy game world character. Like, that's how much it's integral to the identity of this game. So, like, it starts to stick out. Pixies broken on their own? Yes. They get, like, more damage formula than everything else in the game. Hey Tom Nasty, how you doing? Not everyone's capable of building around pixies. It's not that you need to be capable, it's you need to have a pulse zone. Like, it's not a player skill thing, it's a, are you playing the video game? Cool. Equip gun, it play game for you. It do more damage than other thing. It make thing more deader or quicker. I don't know how else to phrase this for you. It is not a skill thing, it is not a knowledge thing, it is a it's just better thing. And that undermines the entire concept of a multi-class system where you make choices, a gear system where you make choices. Blaze of Glory. Is that a double Dark Magic efficiency roll, or is that one? I know Blaze of Glory can only roll one passive sometimes. It rolls 1 to 2. I do want to build around that. It's fire damage. I'll take it. I'm just gonna replace my Ice times 4 gun as a throwable Dagger Storm Dark Magic. Ooh, is it a Gluttony? The Gluttony is great, inspired by green. Fantastic gun. Also gets a big damage bonus when you're at low health, so for any build, if you have pistol ammo to throw away, if you ever go into Save Your Soul, chucking Gluttony is fantastic, because it just gets that bonus since you're at low health. Blaze of Glory even worth a slot? It's the kind of thing you build around, Black Panther. It's the kind of thing you build around. It's not going to be a straight up upgrade the way something like a Thurge or a Skeep would be. It's something you pick and then you design your setup around that. So I do have plans to do a sort of Save Your Soul boss melt build where you down yourself and then you get the Blaze of Glory reload and damage and you go nuts. What do you think of the Bradluck? I think it's an interesting option if you want a luck amulet and you don't want to target farm, or you don't want to general farm, you want to target farm a luck amulet, because it doesn't give you more luck than other amulets. But it's just a guaranteed, hey, this has 2 luck parts. So it's cool for that. In terms of using it in combat, don't ever. It gives massive debuffs. It just makes you not good in a fight. So Diamond Gauntlets with Lord of Edges. No, Diamond Gauntlets just doesn't match with that. Okay, Plate Mail with Lord of Edges. And Ward Capacity. What do I do with this? Plate Mail doesn't synergize well with Graveborn. But it's interesting enough that I'll take it. Plate Mail with Blast Chill. Hello. Ward Capacity and all damage too. This is going on a Berserker setup. That's really good. That's really fucking good. Remember, Ward Capacity returns an increased value as health with unarmored defense. All damage is a great boost for Blast Chill. That's really good. Specific question, does most Torgue pistols come in either ×2 or ×3? They can be ×1, ×2, or ×3. Depending on the type. Here, we'll buy some pistols. Oh wait, never mind, I used all my crystals already. Oops. Wasn't paying attention. But yeah, ×1 to ×3, depending on the variant. Hey, Bad Karma, how you doing? What you working on these days? I got this this cool sort of flak-like build, but we also did a melee Hammer Zerker setup, which we can switch back to. I was mostly extolling the virtues of the Rogue Imp today, which has been very enjoyable. I got this as a drop from Son of Witch this week. We're working with our kettle drums and our sticky weapons. Plate Mail is so much fun. I love Plate Mail shenanigans. We got the Melee Hammer Zerker, which I do want to play. Do I try out that armor on the Melee Hammer Zerker, honestly? Where is it? Where'd I put it? I'm kind of tempted. I'm definitely going to put it away in my bank. Pixie only hits for 5 to 15k each. So, has the concept occurred to you that you might just not have learned what you need to put in your spec, or on your armor, or in your enchantment slots yet? Like, it might not be that the item isn't that good, it might be that you are not using, you know, a build. Taking the correct things in skill tree, etc., etc. Because that's the deflection I hear a lot when people say, well, Spell Shot isn't overpowered, I'm not doing well with it. Yeah, that's you not knowing what you're doing yet. And there's no shame in that. This is an uphill battle learning how this game works. I'd be out of a job if it was simple. Is Blast Chill one of the things that Plate Mail could proc? Yes. Did I put that away? I don't remember. Let's load back in. Gluttony's nice? Yeah, it's one of my favorite guns. Still weirded out that Gluttony got a buff. I have no short-term memory at all. Like the look? Thank you. Did not put it away. Wanna nerf the top end? Yeah. Yeah. Lowering the ceiling of things that are performing way more powerfully than they need to increases the longevity by making people experiment more to get as close to that ceiling as they can. With half-ass gear, I'm running C35, no sweat, using companion build. Define companion build. You using pixies? Power creep bad? Power creep very bad. That's how we ended up with Borderlands 3 having an extremely easy endgame. It had the most endgame content of any Lands game up to that point, but it was also the easiest. Because BL1 didn't have an endgame, TPS didn't have an endgame, BL2's was unbalanced and most things sucked, and then BL3's, everything was too good. I don't want to repeat any of those past mistakes.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Love to see Gearbox level and balance the obvious outlier power in the game so all item skills and playstyles can grow together. Yeah, having things feel not utterly irrelevant next to other things would be the dream. forgot to grab that armor because I was so eager to get on. But it's fine. We'll go late. If you're enjoying your Mist Dancer build, appreciate the great stuff. Hey, I'm glad, Rose. I'm very glad. Builds are really interesting too because I love Feral Surge. Yeah, me too. Damn straight I am with Multi-Hydra and Guns with Wings. I actually want to play Companion with Pixie Too Strong. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. How would you feel, how do I say your name? Alider? Please tell me if I absolutely butchered your name. I'm sorry. Corrections welcome. How would you feel, Alider, if more people could enjoy the lesser known companion stuff that you like? If more people felt compelled to try out the other companion stuff, like the Hydras. Hydras are very underutilized right now. They're also very good, they're just, you know, not Pixie level, so people ignore them. How would you feel if more people could enjoy the thing you like? Because me personally, I like more people liking things that I'm passionate about. I like more people feeling like they can experiment and try new things. And nerfing the ceiling serves to achieve that. When the ceiling is too high. Still shocked they buffed Double Knot. Yeah, that was a baffling change. I don't understand. It was, Volatile Chamois with Turtle. Yes, please. That's really good. You okay, Jake? One second. Okay, he's fine. I think he just ate too fast. Did everyone just play Gunzerker? Not everybody. I personally found that character extremely uninteresting, so I played it as little as possible when I played that game. But it was very popular because it was extremely accessible power that required little to no player skill or investment. Sound familiar? Everyone who played Maya or Gage, I played both of those. That was me. Those were the two I played most. Axton main, respect. Really enjoyed Axton and Maya. I respect the shit out of Axton players. Not because Axton was bad, you know, quite the contrary. It means you know, used the less straightforward character and found success. Axton was good, people just shat on Axton for not being Salvador. Which is another example of why, if you allow one thing to remain super powerful more than it needs to be, people start shitting downwards on other things, whether they deserve that treatment or not. So you'll still see people to this day say AR is bad in Borderlands 2. You'll still people say things like Axton bad in Borderlands 2, when no, neither of those things are true. It's just there's other things in the room that are vastly overperforming. And this is why nerfs are healthy for long-term balance. You get things closer to the same level, not equal, but closer, and then people try more things. And you get the community being more accurate in terms of what's good and what isn't.
Let the magic begin.
Gluttony. Like the Necromancer? Yeah, me too. Gage was my most played character in that game. Krieg is, to this day, my favorite character. Still really struggle with raid bossing, though. Krieg was an uphill battle in that area, to the point where most of his skill points were invalid. I believe Lazy was speed killing raid bosses with 7 skill points on Krieg, because that's all that helped you. But I still think Krieg was a very, very well-designed character. Had a lot of personality, had a lot of flavor, had pros and cons-based gameplay. Krieg had a lot of skills that gave you one thing in exchange for playing a certain riskier way, or gave you one thing at risk of another thing. Think Silence the Voices, big damage boost, chance of bonking yourself in the dome. You know, risk-reward based stuff made Krieg interesting. Contrast with Spellshot, who is all reward and no risk. Love the Release the Beast, Silence the Voices gameplay loop. It was great. It was really enjoyable. And I say this as someone who does not think particularly highly of Borderlands 2 in relation to the other Lands games. I think it is the weakest of the modern Lands games, not including the old one. It's got more content than TPS, but worse gameplay. It's got less content and worse gameplay than Borderlands 3. And this game, launch to launch, more content, better gameplay, but the more content thing, we'll have to see how that holds up over time. First Borderlands is pretty balanced. First Borderlands was extremely easy. So balanced in that everything was good because the whole game was easy, sure. And the end game was exactly one boss. It was a good boss, but it was one boss. Still trying to get over how much better Melee feels. Melee in this game feels so amazing. Like, it's just so smooth. That Ender Farming Armory. Was that really endgame, though? Ouch. Give me your kneecaps. Oh, Slayer. Rendon Rupture, whatever. The knockback from the sharks is so, like, I'm being bounced around so much. Only risk our own my spell shots. Can't really use 2 buff meisters. I mean, you can though. You can though, Foster. You absolutely can. What's stopping you from doing that? There's a difference between an elemental sprite companion and a pixie. Sprite companion is on my spell, which is a Hydra spell, so I'm all confused. Pixies are flying Hydras, Lagoon. It's just parts will change them to do different things. Pixies are flying Hydras. Pooping cat? Yeah. Jake, you eat something you shouldn't have? He seems particularly distressed right now. You did not just wipe your paw off on that. I gotta clean after stream. Do you use any keys in this game? Yeah, they're nice when you get into a chaos level and you feel like you need a little more gear. I use them in the chaos climb a bit. Dude's having a day. He's having a day. I'm talking shit and he's making it. Yo, stop spamming. Holy shit, dude. Can you not? Sir? Sir? He did... Was that 6 or 7 in a row of the Novas? Holy fuck. Cast names are what again? One's Kevin? Yeah, Kevin and Jake. So the White Rider consumes 2 times ammo, just doubles the damage on the card? Correct. So if you got 300 damage times 2, it's 600 damage. I love Pharaoh Surge spam. Gotta do one more run with the new armor before I forget about it again. And Tiger Claw, 2 points in awe. Yeah, that's useful enough. Shit, my inventory's full. How do I always do this? I hoard too much. Oh, I don't need that. Okay. White Rider's my new carrier, and I think that only means anything to Quag and Rune here. White Rider's sick. Bro, they rescues? They are. They are. I got them both at the same time. Jake was a kitten, he was 6 weeks old. And I had been walking by in the shelter. This had been, you know, after, I lost my previous cat. He got really suddenly ill. And it was very sudden, and it fucked me up for a while. But I'd eventually been talked into going back into the shelter and just playing with other cats. And I walked by Jake, and he was just, like, instantly attached. Like, he would not shut up until they let him out so he could just, like, crawl on me. So I ended up going home with him. Kevin was, like, also there and kind of borderline feral. He had been very much, mistreated by the people who had him before he ended up in the shelter, so he was like not doing well. Ended up going home with him too, and yeah, he's doing a lot better. He's doing a lot better. They're good cats. They're like the sweetest fucking cats that exist. A volatile 283 times 2. Ooh, that's big damage. That's more than my primordial times 1 here. No, wait. I have primordial times 2 here. I have primordial times 1 on my other save. But yeah, it's like real good. Real good. Hey, son. How you doing? Hope mine are rescues as well. Aw. Rescuing cats is always rescue if you can manage it. If you're looking for a pet companion, there's always a cat who needs it, or a dog, or whatever. There's always an animal that needs it. Where is... trying to figure out what Jake is doing because he wasn't feeling so good. Kevin's eating food. Jake, where'd you go? Yeah, he's fine. Where's that armor? Probably towards the end, right? Or guinea pigs, lots of them? Yeah, I bet. Hi, Kevin. They're fantastic, truly are. Also the biggest trolls on the planet they want to be. Cats have so much personality. Okay, where did I put it? I favorited it, right? This is why I don't go through my bank, because this is the situation every time. My dog's a rescue, treating her for heartworms at the moment. Sucks to see your pet's in pain. Oh, I'm sorry, Arun. Yeah. Hopefully she feels better soon. Where is it? Did I not put it away? Did I not favorite it? I don't want to go line by line here. I swear I put it away. Chad, am I crazy? Finding armor. This is why we need a search button. Just this. This exact situation we're in right now is why we need a search button. Kevin, can you find it for me? No? Okay. Understandable. I don't want to do this either. But it's for science. It's for testing.
You know, if I were more
Wish I could remember for you, but I can't. Yeah,
I might see this rare
it really
bit of
do be like
silence as
that.
an
You don't want to sit here for
opportunity
10 minutes for each page to
people with a
load.
bit of
I'd rather
exposition
not. Yeah,
about me
if I can
backstory.
avoid it.
But I'm above
Rather
that,
not.
See? Not an egotistical air on me perfectly crafted.
Guess we're going through all of these, only to find that I didn't put it away. Hey David, how you doing? Rescued our female dog and she's so well behaved. Aw, good for her. Good for her. I'm glad you gave her a good home. And sometimes a rescue will, like, not be super well behaved, but it's important to keep in mind that a lot of them have been through some shit, and sometimes it's just, you're not a good fit. So, find someone else for them. They all deserve a chance. Yeah, I know, I'll stop being sappy. Understand why the idle lines play when you're actually idle, but I'm scrolling through the bank. Why's my character gotta go on a 5-minute rant? Sometimes they do it like during NPC dialogue. Like if you're standing there listening to an NPC talk and your character just starts talking over them with the AFK lines, it's like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah, that's a thing that happens. Love-hate relationship with cats. I used to have a couple cats. One I loved was devastated when he died. The other used to scratch me at random. He'd come to the bathroom just scratch me. No, I don't mind them, but I'm cautious.
I believe there's a cat.
Cats are like people. You know, they got their own personalities. And some of them are a bit of a dick. Like, I had a cat at one point who, yeah, he would just take swipes if you walked by him. He's a bit of a dick. But, like, Kevin here would never. The most Kevin does is he'll accidentally scratch you when he's trying to move your hand to get you to pet him. That's the worst Kevin does. Now, Jake will try to literally devour me in my sleep. That's different. Sounds like my boss at work. Oh no. chat. I think Jake took a shit he couldn't quite clean. I'm gonna have to check for cleanup. I suddenly don't want to end stream this soon anymore. Is that wrong? Oh, wait, there it is. There it is. We found it. It was hiding. Please tell me he didn't drag it all over the place. Well, I saw him wiping it off on something, so I caught it. We'll have to see. He's struggling, yeah. Alright, so we got more points of Dragon Aura from this. That's nice. Try Body Rune with this. Okay, so we got juicy health value. Look at that. That's some juicy HP. Big juicy even. Okay, let's try it out. The more you wait, the more things it'll be on. He looks like he might be satisfied now, I think. Copium. As far as I can tell, I'll only have 2 things to clean up. So the thing about Corrupted Plate Mail that needs to be investigated is it does cause certain on-hit effects to be able to happen for the Plate Mail's bonus element as well. So one thing you'll notice is, based on what current theory suggests, more blast chills. And I'm definitely feeling like I'm getting more blast chills right now, to be honest. It is converting some of my damage into Dark Magic, which changes elemental matchups and gets fewer boosts from stuff I have available right now, and less benefit from Soak. But I got a lot more blast chills, and that Dark Magic provides some healing too. That's sometimes relevant. Man, I'm such a plate mail stan. Get back here. Fine, I'll get you.
Quickly now.
Why am I on fire? I'm on fire, I've got a dark magic dot, I'm cryoed. What is happening? Devour you in your sleep too if you catch my drift. I appreciate it, Dilbert. You always gas up the homies. Return now with a smoothie? Ooh, what kind of smoothie? What you got? I made some teriyaki wings last night, chat. I'm very much looking forward to consuming my leftovers. It was water. It says 16k HP. Oh. Lemon and raspberries some way. Ooh. Lemon and raspberry is a goated combo. Bad angle. Leftovers are always somehow better than the actual meal. I don't know how it works, but it's true. If you're fellow smoothie fans, you must try this banana peanut butter chai. I've heard banana peanut butter is a good smoothie thing. People do banana peanut butter sandwiches, right? I've never had one of those. Maybe I should try it. I feel like I have less single target. Like, I feel like the weak enemies die faster in the setup, and then the strong ones die slower. I don't know how that works. Having that 2 out of 1 blast chill is like... sheesh. I did lose my claw armor, though. That was a unique debuff. I'll have to keep playing and see. You try this, my claw feels stale and I spent the day leveling a spell shot. Yeah, this is, I want to do something a little bit different melee-wise. You see a lot of people using Banshee for melee, myself included, and you see a lot of people doing, Spellblade stuff for melee. But I'm doing Twin Soul stuff. I'm using Vampire Hilt to tank. On both my ward and my health bar right now. Because it restores both. So you can get a lot of effective HP back per swing. And because Twin Soul swings fast, and we have a bunch of swing speed from Iron Squall, we are very good at recovering.
Be lost. Let me show you the way out.
Also, the other hilt mod on our Twin Soul is Ancient, so we balk a bunch to get our Feral Surge back. So we can actually have the gameplay loop of, you know, jump in, Feral Surge, like Feral Surge in, and then hit a bunch of times, then Feral Surge to the next enemy. It's a good time. Hey Mason, how you doing? I use Snake Stick on my melee hand berserker. Yeah, Snake Stick works out well because the Hydras can also blast chill. And they have a nice bit of range to them. Yeah, that works out.
Quickly now.
Electric Combined Snake Stick with the Amulet gives crit damage after companion crits. Ah, Joint Training. Yeah, that works out very well. It's a good combo, Pico. I like it. I think I have the gear to do that as well. Just haven't tried it on this particular setup. I was trying to do a melee Graveborn thing with that. It quite have the damage I wanted. Over here.
Got an easy mark over here.
Yeah, substantially less damage. This troll would be dead with the other armor. Like for comparison. Let's find it. Where is it? It's this one. It's this one. It's a lot more damage. Hey Avari, how you doing? Can you melee drill? In this setup? No. But, what if I told you I'd take out a liquid cooling for that? Typo the only word that mattered. I used Dick on my Ghostblade build. Hits like a truck, but only for like 5 seconds. Hey, I mean, it doesn't matter that your dick only hits for 5 seconds if it hits like a truck, New Mexico. You live your best life. I will never judge you. I like this because it just showcases how this fight isn't complicated as long as you can meet the DPS check. And sometimes to do that, you just need a little bit of healing. Still want to avoid the skulls, but... Oh no, I Pharaoh Surged the bird. That was supposed to stay alive.
Looky here, a healing vial. Hey, hey, there's my little beast of burning.
What is that emote? Yes, Wyvern, I didn't want to see anyway. Thank you. Frozen bananas, peanut butter, protein powder, preferably as tasteless as possible, or chocolate. Chai seasoning. You said chia seasoning, and now that chia pet thing is in my head. I mix equal parts cinnamon, cardamom, cloves, ginger, coriander, and white pepper, like in thingy. That sounds delicious. I'm a big fan of ginger in general, so like you won me over with that, and the rest just sounds good too. In the one room in the Chaos Chamber, there's that wyvern that shoots portal things. Just telling me it poured me so high, I fell out of the map. I'm just standing underneath it now. Beautiful. Big fan of Ginger either way. Yeah. Good band. Good band. How are they doing right now with what's going on in their neck of the woods? If you know, Era. Just curious. Last thing I heard is they're in Kyiv but safe. It was over a month ago. I hope they're okay. We are talking about a rather awesome metal band, but they're Ukrainian, so they're in a very difficult situation right now. So send in good thoughts, etc. Long you plan to stream? Not for much longer. Probably ending soon. Maybe one more run. Yeah, let's do one more. Feeling when you shitpost too much, make it easy for Sherman to gloss over your actual question comments. Oh, I just missed it completely. Hang on. Caustic Echo Twin Soul should be a thing, right? Not that it benefit you here necessarily, but trying to confirm it's possible. I haven't seen any info on Twin Soul restrictions thus far. As far as I know, there's no restrictions. You can just get any combination of two control. I've not seen any excluders. I can check for you later if you just like ping me in Discord. But as far as I know, there's no one last run. Spelled Kyiv in English. Yeah, they changed it a while ago, so it's more phonetically accurate. But it used to be spelled like that.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Shitpost and Crywolf. Cute. Hey, Braun. How you doing? Man, you're totally good. Thanks very much. I was assuming so too. You know what happens when you assume stuff in these games. Right. It's always better to verify. Yeah, Barrel Surge resets off of you killing, like, anything with it. It could be a quartz, it could be a barrel. Not one of those, but the pineapple barrels. It could be one of the crystal-holding dice. Got the Fabled +2 ability, 40% all damage blank slate. Let's go, Scroll. That's so cool. Does yourself count? If you get yourself Feral Surge, thank you for testing. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? Apparently they canceled their tour, obviously, and selling merch to finance a bomb shelter. Hope they're doing well. Yeah, hopefully. Want to do a Hammer Surge, Feral Surge spam build with Claw Capstone? It was before the game launched. I mean, you can do it. It's just you get a lot more out of going this far in Berserker instead. I mean, you could absolutely get a Storm Smite version of this build up and running. I think you get a lot more out of Iron Squall and Blood of the Fallen and Blast Chill. Like, everything in that area of Berserker Tree is good. Swing speed in particular is amazing here. A little bit ago, you mentioned you tried out Melee Graveborn. It's focused on companion damage. Somewhat. I was trying to do Snake Stick and melee stuff at the same time, and it seemed to divide it in its focus. So I'll probably reevaluate the concept and do something else with it. I'm thinking Stabo Grave melee with Reaper of Bones and Pandemicium. That's what I'm considering at the moment. 44-point Zerker build 1. I actually mess around with that a little bit off stream. It's very viable. Like this setup, just spec 44-point Zerker. It's slower because you lose Oath of Fire and most of the Oath of Thunder stuff. But like, it still works. It's still like good. Berserker skill tree is just cracked. And the longer the game goes, the less skill tree matters. That's something to keep in mind. Because Chaos tiers increase the stats on these. These increases our class power. Some of these effects scale up with level and Chaos tier as well, like the slide speed and bonus damage on Slip and Stun. Like, all of that stuff gets stronger with level. Skill trees don't go up with Chaos tiers. So, like, eventually we're going to get to a point where builds aren't going to be much different beyond what their class feat provides, and any actual damage sources in the tree. So things like Double Knot, which are an instance of damage that you are granted by having that, and it's powerful. Things like Storm Smite, things like Play the Angles. Those individual skills can be very impactful, but stuff like damage boosting skills like Arsenal, Eagle Eye, Savagery, things like that, they're gonna cease mattering. Eventually. Myth rank also compounds that problem.
Anyone else want to try it?
Myth rank already can do more than skill trees. And only go up over time. Found a voltaic ancient frying pan, it's a lot of fun. Nice. Male Hydras should be able to proc a chemical agent. Yeah, should be. Should be. Arsenal already barely matters. Yeah, I skip it in my my Mist Dancer gun setup. I take dot stuff instead. How much Iron Skull do I have? Oh, 12 out of 5. Lovely. I was wondering why I was going extra ham. That was a fast room. Hello? Melee weapon. I'm running a Twin Soul right now with Ancient and Vampire. Vampire for the healing, and Ancient to give me Feral Surge cooldown. Kill mods are very nondescript in the parts list. Yeah. Yeah, they are. It's a good melee rate of attack you got there. Thank you. I grew it myself. How you doing, some old guy? I should see some good launchers. Blue Cake and Cannonballer can do work. Just requires some specific building. Take it. Yes, I just used Feral Surge to run away. Gonna say that due to Chaos Tears reducing build importance, Spell Shot would be less the best class of the game. Remembered Magic Bolt's Paradigm Spell would exist, so like fuck that idea. Yeah, yeah. Spell Shot will just become more dominant. Remember, spell damage and all that stuff is just gonna go up. Beautiful. This build's a lot of fun. I love Feral Surge for movement, combined with the slide speed, and then all the move speed you get from Zerker. A little too far. I'm still learning the range on Feral Surge. Essentially the worst multiplier, the smaller its longevity. Claws of fresh multipliers can always be relevant, for example, compared to Arsenal. Exactly that, Pico. Exactly that. Claw is a multiplier, nothing else is in its category, so it will always be relevant in Formula. Soaked, same thing. Claw and Soaked are like that. So you'll see Cape of Tides, Claw Armors, those have longevity. Amalgam is just stats, so it has longevity. A Paradigm is stat conversion, which means just stats, so it has longevity. But you look at something like, say, Selective Amnesia, unless you're using the Amnesia's effects to turn on something else, like I do with my Big Ammo Sawmill setup, it'll just get less and less impactful over time. Diamond Gauntlets will get less and less impactful over time. Calamity will get less and less impactful over time. I like you. No, you. Okay, Chaos level will eventually reach the end of this game's life cycle. Any predictions? I'd say at least 50. At least. Don't know beyond that, though. Don't know how much I want it to go up, either. I'd like them to chill with Chaos levels for a bit. 35 was sudden, and there's already people complaining that the game's ruined and they can't make any builds work. Like, okay. Give them a few months to figure out how to play the video game or to quit. Either one. Doesn't affect me either way. Guess we'll be max 100. That'd be a lot to go through on a fresh character, Bazooka Dude. I know they have the catch-up mechanic currently to get up to 20, where it's you only have to do every other one. It goes up by 2s, so maybe they implement something like that as, you know, farther as it goes up more and more. Ooh, ooh. Why couldn't you have Blast Chill? Why couldn't you have Blast Chill? Oh, that's so tragic. Sag. I'm dropping something for it. I was messing around with this Nova Shield. It sucked. That can go. I'll hold that to look at and cry later. I'm so upset. Pandemicium with Mage Armor. Is that useful? It's got area damage. Pandemicium with area damage is, like, good. I don't think that's useful. Sad quag noises. Yeah. Kinda could see it being infinite at some point, like no more new drop rate changes at some point, then people can see how high they could push it. I would love to have something like that, but remember which community this is, Era. Remember that the lands community, they complain endlessly if they don't face roll the hardest difficulty, but then they complain endlessly if they do face roll the hardest difficulty, and some of those complainers are the same people. So I doubt Gearbox would see the value in doing an endless mode, even though those of us who just like the gameplay would. So you ultimately have to you have to view these lenses through. You have to view these things, these ideas, through the lenses of A, would the devs consider it worth the dev time, and B, would anybody aside from us care about it? One can dream, one can dream. One can dream. Anyway, this is a good stopping point. I want to do some cat cleanup, get some food, and I'll probably go back to farming. So, will it be rewarding? Exactly, Scroll. There's always going to be someone, always a naysayer, always some negativity. And, you know, I'm very much looking forward to all the negative people, you know, quitting and going back to their other games when they decide that they're tired of screaming into the void. I'm just going to be here enjoying Chaos Chamber, so I hope you guys will be here with me as well. So I'm gonna go head off. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the love and support. Let's find somewhere for us to raid. You're close, Control. Blast Chill. You're close. Waiting for the irony of them going back to BO3. That'd be amazing, Jester. I would scream. See, Pascaroni's on. Lazy's doing the thing. See, not a lot of people on my following list playing Wonderlands right now. Let's see who's on in the directory. Let's click that. Just investigate a little bit. There's a bunch of big Polish streamers, Hungarian streamers. Nice. Got some worldwide attention on the game. You love to see it. Pask? We could. He was in here earlier. Yeah, let's raid Pascaroni. Okay, let's go say hi to Pascaroni. Wonderful human being. Seriously, one of the most positive people you'll run into on the platform. Just all around, super nice guy. Supports everyone around him. He's the kind of person who's, like, genuinely stoked to hear good news of other people. And we need more people like that in the world. We do. We need more Pascaronis. Raid message, I don't know. Here's one. Copy that. Copy that. So let's go say hi to Pascaroni. I'm gonna get leftover wings. But thank you guys again. I appreciate it. Choosing to spend your time with me out of any you could on the platform or in the world. And it does not go unnoticed. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be live tomorrow. You know, same time, same place. Hopefully some new spicy build stuff. I'm always testing new things. So have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.